It's going to be a hot one in the district today. Welcome to Nationals Park. Game 2 of the weekend series. Nats did most of the hard hitting against the hard hitting Rockies last night, but Colorado came up big late, and that was a little tense at the end. So here we go with A.J. Cole going today. Rockies have lost 4 in a row, but the Nats have maybe the most effective leadoff weapon in the National League right now in Trea Turner. He's been unbelievable lately, and he is truly changing the face of ball games.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about today? I don't know. Maybe Trea Turner, the most exciting player in baseball as we speak, having a tremendous month of August. You look at what he did last night. He did everything. He played defense. He ran the bases. He got hits. He scored runs. I think the most important thing is the runs scored by Trea. Scored 2 of the Nats' 8 runs last night. Has scored a Major League leading 26 runs in 23 games this month. That's matching a franchise record of most runs in a month. Bryce Harper scored 26 in September 2012. Ryan Zimmerman 26 in July 2012. So a leadoff hitter's job is to get on base, raise a little heck, change the momentum, set the tone, whatever you want to call it. Trea Turner has been a blessing for the Nats.
Yeah, and then throw the uniform in the washing machine and try to get it ready for the next day. So in August, the runs, the hits, the multi-hit games, and the batting average has just been fantastic. So starting with Tuesday's game in Baltimore, he has been unstoppable, as have the Nats' 2 and 3, 4 hitters behind him. 5 for 12 last night, 6 RBIs, 15 total bases. So the Nats offense, how about this? 106 hits the last 10 games and 66 runs. With Turner igniting, Worth, Murphy, and Harper are bringing them home, and we love the excitement at Nationals Park. Baseball on MASN, brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Scaffolding closer and closer to coming off the Capitol. Trea Turner, he's been undressing some opposing defenses lately with the way he's playing, and it's the Nats and the Rockies for game 2. 90 degrees at the ballpark. Humidity quite reasonable at 42%. Rockies are first in the league at 272, first in runs, fifth in home runs. We'll set the lineup for you in a moment. A.J. Cole, he is ready to go. First career appearance against the Rockies. First start ever here at home, and ball one, underway, run on time at 105.
Fastball 91, two-seam. It's slider curveball change to go with it. He'd been sitting in the dugout for about 5 minutes waiting to go for this one.
High fly ball, right side. Murphy pointing up. Here comes Bryce. And Murphy's going to make the call in front of Bryce Harper. I got this. 1 out.
His last start, 4-3 loss at Baltimore, but he pitched real well. 7 strong innings, gave up 4 runs on 5 hits, struck out 8 O's, walked a couple, 108 pitches. And we liked how he attacked the strike zone in his last start against the Orioles.
Absolutely. Didn't give up anything in that game until the 3rd inning. They had a 3-run fourth, but then he recovered and pitched really well after that. So all these Rockies seeing him for the first time, and DJ LeMahieu, who's been battling some inflammation in his left wrist, is back in the lineup for the Rockies after missing 3 games. Just actually 2 points now behind Daniel Murphy for second in the batting race. He's at 344. Rockies with Blackmon, LeMahieu, who also has an on-base percentage of .416. Cargo, Arenado, and then the rookie David Dowell in there. Gerardo Parra is getting his first start this year at first base. We'll keep an eye on that. He's a Gold Glove outfielder. Way inside, and LeMahieu had nowhere to go, and he's not happy. Right in the numbers area, and he's aboard with 1 out. DJ LeMahieu hit by a pitch for the 3rd time this year.
It just gets underneath the two-seam fastball, takes off. Chills him right in the L.
So a man aboard for Carlos Gonzalez. Nats move into a shift with Rendon at short, Espinosa to the right side with Murphy.
It's a good pitch.
Carlos 142 hits, 9th in the league. '29-year veteran and the crew chief Mike Winters has the plate. Mike Belinsky, Marty Foster, Mark Wegner, first, second, and third. Now Cole on 2-0.
I'm checking LeMahieu's numbers. He's hitting 400 at Coors Field, 88 for 220.
Wow.
And 283 on the road, 63 for 219. And he is Daniel Murphy's #1 competition for that batting title in the National League.
Which begs to ask the questions, how many home games do they have left?
I knew that was coming.
Rockies at home are 32 and 31, so they have 18 home games left. They're 28 and 37 on the road.
I mean, that's crazy difference.
Yeah, that's quite a split.
117-point difference.
Well, we saw him on full display in that series, didn't we? He was 9 for 14 against the Nats. They had to get him out 3 times. Actually, 9 for 12. Had to get him out 3 times in the last game there to make that happen. That was crazy. Two-one. AJ brings in the breaking ball. A good one. Counts even. Very imposing cleanup batter next with 34 home runs. Nolan Arenado, no longer number 1 in the league, by the way, in homers after Chris Bryant hit 2 last night. 2-2 with 1 out. So the Rockies, they've scored 672 runs, but they've given up 667. So barely in the plus column. They're the 161 home runs, 5th in the league.
Carp, they're the only team in Major League Baseball in the plus column with a losing record. The only team. The run differential.
Yeah. 2-2. Off speed, drilled, hooking, and going foul.
You're dying to hear the Coons.com scouting report. I just know it. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. Lucky 7. He saw at least 7 innings his last 5 starts between the minors and majors. Home sweet home. First start for AJ here at Nats Park. That is some in-depth scouting, folks. You can't get that anywhere.
There's a breeze blowing today. At least the flags on top of the right field scoreboard have it coming downstream along the Anacostia, in from right. Here's a 2-2. Swing and a miss on a 91 fastball, up 2 down, first inning.
Just climbing the ladder with the heater. Little arm side run to it. Top of the strike zone. See the big leg kick by Cargo and can't get on top. He's a good low ball hitter. That was by design.
Always a big matchup here. Arenado last night pitched well by Gio and the Nats bullpen. Gio got him 3 times. Sean Kelly struck him out in the 9th inning, and as it turned out, that was a really big out, starting that frame before they got 3 runs. And Mark Melancon had to be summoned.
There's Nolan Arenado's splits.
Crazy on the RBI side and the homer side, really.
Well, I think the homer side, number of reasons. They play in the National League West. There's only one other good hitting park in that division. It's Arizona. Ball doesn't go in Los Angeles. It doesn't go in San Francisco. It doesn't go in San Diego. So when you're playing 19 games in your division and a lot of games at the other team's ballpark, that's probably why the splits are so drastic. But ... Coors Field.
Yeah, it's undeniable. Great breaking ball. That's the slider. And the count 0-2. Outfield deep, around to the left a bit. Turner shaded toward left center. 0-2 pitch, and Nolan stays alive with a swing on a pitch away.
In case you're wondering, here's the Nats defense today behind A.J. Cole. Worth, Turner, Harper, the outfield. Espinosa, Rendon, left side. Murphy, Zimmerman, right side. Wilson, Ramos, after a couple days off, back in the saddle behind the plate.
Yeah, Jose Lobaton had a couple of really nice nights behind the plate, handling Scherzer and Gio.
-2-0.
Yeah, it's all that matters, really. Good catcher's ERA, as they call it. That ball pops off the mid of Ramos. No chance for a throw, and standing up into second, LeMahieu on what appeared to be a pass ball.
You see how the Cubs won last night, or how they tied the game in the 9th? Kenley Jansen with a wild pitch over new catcher Carlos Ruiz's head. That kind of reminded me of it right there. Jason Hayward scored to tie it, and the Cubs went on to win their 171st game last night. Out of 162. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're just ridiculous right now. Another 4-game winning streak for Chicago. The Nats have the 2nd most wins in the league, but 7 fewer than the Cubs, who will have to have a September collapse not only win their division but have home field as long as they're alive in October. 2-2 to Arenado. Way outside, and Ramos has to go to his right to block it. Not as many RBIs as you would think on 3-2 counts this year, but they have walked him 7 times. There's a rookie on deck, even though David Dahl is a left-handed batter. First base open. You just don't want to give in to this guy in any way. That ball hammered and foul. Wow.
Well, right-left doesn't make a difference. You have 108 RBIs standing in front of you in the box and 15 on deck. So to your point, yeah, I mean, make your best pitch right here. If it's ball 4, it's ball 4. And take your chances with 15 RBI versus 108.
And I think Wilson Ramos is saying, let's not try that location again.
Well, he's just saying be careful. You know, there's a reason why he's leading all of baseball and runs batted in. He knows how to drive in a run, obviously.
Here's the at-bat brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Look at pitch number 7. That was lucky for the Nats that it went foul. Got that slider up.
Try to expand with the slider. Off the plate away. If he chases it, he chases it. But make it a ball. Or two-seam him right onto his hands.
Check swing. Stays foul. Nolan Arenado is a big power hitter who might not strike out 100 times this year. He's at 72. So he gets the ball in play more than a lot of guys who slug. So here's pitch number 10. All right. He went away with the fastball. 2 on, 2 out. Maybe Mike Maddox spotted something here. 2 on, 2 out with a rookie coming up. Not a huge deal, but maybe Mike saw something.
And maybe this is just to calm the youngster down, Trip. I have no idea.
David Dahl, another Rocky call-up this year. They kind of just keep bringing him up from AAA, and they slug at the big league level. And he had that 17-game hitting streak to start his career after they called him up from Albuquerque on July 25th. So Cole popped up Blackman, hit LeMahieu, now 17 pitches to the last 2 batters. Now that's the pitch that struck out Gonzalez, the high heater. And now he has Dahl 0-2.
Just like against the Orioles, it's got a little late life at the end, even though it's saying 91, 92. Just reading the swings, looks like it's playing a little higher.
And he tried that backdoor breaking ball again.
A lot of trips here in the first inning. Trying to get the signs straight, maybe changing them up. Big pitch coming with 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Clapping his hands, Mike Winters says, let's go. It appeared to me that after LeMahieu got on, the work rate really slowed down. AJ was pretty quick in Baltimore the other night. He got it and he was ready to get right back at the O's. Right now the Rockies have LeMahieu at second, Arenado at first. And a 1-2 pitch to David Dahl. In the air, center field, Trey Turner. So it took a while. Took a while for that to come down too. Scoreless first inning for AJ Cole. Now the Nats against Jorge De La Rosa. Who mark their calendars today for the Nationals School Supply Drive, starting at 10:30 this morning and through the end of the second inning of today's Nats-Rockies game, trying to help DC area students in need. So thank all of you who either contributed before and maybe you're watching today. So here's Bryce against the Rockies. He likes Colorado pitching, doesn't he? The Nats, 7th in the league at a season-high 257, 4th in runs, 2nd in home runs. And Bryce Harper leading the way, 7 for 14 against Colorado.
You see the arsenal for Jorge De La Rosa. Fastball 90. He'll cut the fastball. Curveball change. Earned his 8th win of the season last start against the Cubs on the 21st. Allowed just 2 runs over 8 innings.
Turner, left field corner. Can it stay fair? No. And it almost left the ballpark. Banging right off the top of the wall near the 336 mark.
Well, this kid will make you hustle home from work if you're stuck in traffic. You can't miss the first at-bat of the game for the Nationals anymore. It's must-see TV. Just misses going deep, and he's denting walls on top of bunt singles, infield singles, and line drives in the gaps.
110 miles an hour. Then De La Rosa just misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jorge, 5-2 career, 12 starts against the Nats. But as FP has noted several times, he starts out well. Second or third time around, things often change. We'll see.
That's your defense for the Rockies today. Dahl, Blackman, Gonzalez, the outfield. Descalso, Arenado, left side. LeMahieu, Parra, right side. Nick Hundley behind the plate. Gerardo Parra, folks, has played 1 game at first base. It was Wednesday at Milwaukee in his entire career. Minor leagues and major leagues included. And we watched him take grounders before the game, and he did not look comfortable.
I mean, that looks like a brand new mitt right out of the wrapper.
And, not his fault. He's been a really good defensive outfielder his whole career, but he did not look real comfy at first.
Yeah, he's won 2 Gold Gloves, 1 in left field, 1 in right field. 2-2 to Turner, who's taken a couple of close pitches here. And then he's going to rifle one up the middle. And Trey Turner is 13 for his last 18. Having fantastic at-bats.
You know, if this kid hitting first while we're introducing the opposing pitcher, I could just end it with there goes the no-hitter with this guy hitting. I mean, it's almost a done deal. The split from Jorge De La Rosa, that's his changeup. You see it just hanging out over the middle. Trey Turner is on fire. I think that's an understatement, right?
Wow.
Man, can this kid play. And we had Davey Lopes earlier and Trey Turner in the dugout going over Jorge De La Rosa's move. So they got a good idea. Maybe we'll show it to you if you get a chance.
I just can't think of anybody, a young player with this kind of ability could have than Davey Lopes, helping him get his first time around the league, knowing pitchers and knowing when to go.
Well, he was talking to him about De La Rosa, and he was saying when he kind of comes up high with the back shoulder, he's going home. And it keeps going.
And with Turner holding, ball one, low and into Jason Worth. Big night last night, started off with a solo homer first inning. Lined out to third, later an RBI double. So Jason at 252 on base percentage, just under 350. Good success against the left-hander, 7 for 19 career.
So the end of it was he was showing when he comes to first, this is what he does. Kind of looks like he's going to cross his lower half and throw to first. So for those of you who don't know, lefties can't cross that imaginary plane of their back leg with their front foot. If they do, they have to go home. A lot of lefties will test that imaginary plane, get real close to it and throw to first like that.
Worth a good hack, and it's 2-2. So we'll update some Trey Turner numbers. 30 hits now since the 12th of August. And for the month, he's batting over 360. Rockies, actually, that's some of their best road pitching in the history of their ball club this year. Their overall is 4.95. And Bryce is hot, 11 of 13 games on base, 20 of 21. Worth did not go 3-2.
I'll tell you what, it's just hit me. If you're Jason Worth hitting behind Trey Turner, you have to be ready to hit. Hey, what do I mean by that? Pitchers are slide stepping. They're delivering the ball quick to home plate. That can rush a hitter in his getting ready to hit. Can mess up your timing as a hitter.
Worth jammed and a foul. Marlins and Mets play tonight. The Nats are up 8 on Miami, who walked off San Diego. They got 4 runs in the last 2 innings last night. And the Mets won their ball game. They're 10 back. Dusty's ball club trying to make it a 3-1 homestand.
I mean, if you have a guy playing first base for the second time, you could always go first move and bet that he can't make that relay to second. He's never done it, probably.
3-2, a swing and a miss. And Turner hasn't ventured beyond the bag yet. 1 out. Murphy and Harper the next 2.
So last night, a big-time milestone for Daniel Murphy, and he did it in style, right? 500 RBI in the career of Daniel Murphy on his 25th home run of the year. 500.
Yeah, so Murphy's had some milestones this year. Hit number 1,000 at Kansas City, May 2nd against Edinson Volquez. And then 3.5 months later, RBI number 500. Third and hits, first and doubles, first and extra base hits. Now there's consistency for you right there.
More homers on the road. Tell you what, Jorge De La Rosa is going exclusively slide step right here with Turner on first. Really rushing it up there, not giving Trey a chance to go.
Two balls, one strike. Murphy on a pitch inside, turning on it.
Coons.com scouting report, over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. What have you done for me lately? He's 2-0 with the 3.13 over his last 6 starts. That is right from the Rockies notes verbatim. So thanks, Rockies PR department. Nat Killer, 5-2 with a 3.92 ERA and 11 career starts against the Nats. So pretty good numbers, career against the Nats.
2-2, Turner running, Murphy pulling it foul.
Well, he had a great jump. That bag was stolen, but Daniel Murphy's fighting up there in a 2-strike count.
There he goes, big time jump again. And Murphy will stay alive with a foul ball the other way.
I believe both of those were first moves, and I think they're counting on Gerardo Parra, even if they throw over, not being able to relay it to second in time to get Turner.
That's a good call. I mean, he's a left-handed thrower, but how much practice has he had stepping into a throwing lane?
Or receiving a pickoff,
yeah,
getting rid of it on the money to second. He's never done that. One game ever for 7 innings last week against Milwaukee at first. It's not an easy position to play, period.
2-2 with 1 out. This time Turner holding. Ball foul again. No score, bottom of the first. Safe to say that both starters are pacing themselves early in this one.
Pretty good battle going on right now. Throwing over here.
Well, Gerardo getting his reps right now as far as catching the ball.
Yeah, he's practicing.
Two, there he goes. Murphy to right. Ball hit well, but Carlos Gonzalez there. And Turner back to first base, 2 down. Quite a battle. De La Rosa comes out on top.
Quite a battle, quite a workout goal for Trey Turner. He tried to steal second 3 times with 2 strikes. Murph fouled off a couple and then hits a line drive to Carlos Gonzalez in right. Found the baseball, back to first, not a problem. Whatever's going on, he's definitely got a good read on Jorge De La Rosa. He's gotten back easy on the moves and he's had 3 good jumps.
So Harper, 2 more hits against Colorado last night. A double, a triple. That 2-run triple in the 7th inning was part of a 4-run inning. And it turned out the Nats needed those runs. Bryce hitting safely, 11 of 13 games. On base 20 of 21. And De La Rosa had him way out ahead with a slow curve. Harper 3 for 9 career against the lefty with an RBI. There he goes. Great jump. Don't even throw. Number 17 for Turner in 20 attempts.
I mean, he's like the kid that has facial hair in Little League that just steals second, steals third, and you wonder if he's really 12 years old. Although he looks like he's 12. It'd be 17th stolen base. Unbelievable what he's doing.
Now Harper's single could put the Nationals on top. 1-2 pitch. Way up and away.
I mean, catchers are just saying, forget it. Why even try?
Two, and Bryce takes the breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Hundley. So now each pitcher has thrown 26 in the first inning. Swing and a miss. De La Rosa gets him. Long first innings for Cole and De La Rosa. No score in game 2 of this weekend series. of home games for just $75 and the newest way to enjoy Nationals baseball. You can catch all 15 home games in September, standing room areas of Nationals Park for just $75, so do the math. Nats take on the Braves, Phils, Mets, D-backs, and Marlins. Visit nationals.com/NatsPass for all the details. $5 a shot, huh?
The Nats have the easiest remaining schedule in the majors. Their opponents have a .463 winning percentage combined.
Well, after some of the stretches they've come through, it sounds pretty good to me. Here's Parra, Hundley, and Descalso to follow. Top of the second. A.J. Cole right back in the strike zone. Parra at 256. 277 career hitter. His first 7 years with Arizona, Milwaukee, and Baltimore. All but 1 year of that with the Diamondbacks, where, as we mentioned earlier, won a couple of Gold Gloves.
Do you think the Rockies went with the black unis today because they're sleeveless in the warm temperatures?
Yeah,
I mean,
other than traditional grays, I'm not sure what else they wear on the road.
I mean, it's kind of a push, right? Black unis on a hot day, but you have the sleeveless thing going on.
A little reminiscent of the old Pittsburgh Pirates uniform of decades past.
I like sleeveless jerseys.
Reds, many years did that. Swing and a miss, and A.J. Cole, as FP noted earlier, that fastball playing a lot quicker than the gun is telling us.
They did a nice job of expanding the zone north and south, especially north, with 2 strikes. Just that one right around the letters in the low 90s. It seems a little more firm than the radar gun's telling you.
Second strikeout. Here's Nick Hundley, the catcher. He's come alive since his return from the DL. He's had an oblique and a concussion this year, so a couple of times disabled, but he's now hit safely 7 of his last 9 games. Impressive night here last night. 3 for 4. 3/4 of a cycle, lacking the triple. In the air, left side. Anthony Rendon. Glasses blazing in the sunshine, and that would be a second quick out here.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one today, look forward to Miller Time later in the ball game. That is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Daniel Descalso, the number 8 Colorado hitter. Oh for 3, a sac fly last night. Right in the outside edge. Perfect command of the heater. Out of play.
But you remember AJ's major league debut in Atlanta. He looked nervous. We had shots of him, and he looked like he was feeling the pressure of his first major league start. But this time around, you see more of an experienced version. He doesn't look nervous anymore. He's been attacking the strike zone, and looks like he belongs big time. And I think you go through that as a young player, right? Does my stuff play up here? Can I pitch in the big leagues? You dream about it your whole life, and then you have a really rough first start, and then maybe it rattles you, rocks you. But to his credit, he went back to the minor leagues, worked, and it's so far working out for him second time around.
Yeah, we thought he was a different guy when we saw him in Baltimore 5 days ago. Nibbling at that outside corner, couldn't bring the heater, or rather the curveball back. So it's 3-2. Pitcher on deck.
Pretty close, huh? Tried to come around the corner there.
We'd like to get Descalso, have De La Rosa lead off next inning. And a pop-up to the right side. Ryan Zimmerman right along the rail of the dugout, getting help from his buddies, and makes the play. Thanks, Tanner Roark. Let him know he was good. And a 1-2-3 for A.J. Cole, top of the second. Help from your friends here.
Yeah, can't let your buddy fall in the dugout. It's always good to go to the home side, too. The second, all kinds of different Nats hats available. There's what looks like a Virginia Tech sort of Nats hat, and a Maryland one too. Calling all Terps and Hoyas Tuesday, September 13th. It's College Rivalry Day. I think they should just call it College Party Day. Everybody just come to the yard and party. With the purchase of a special ticket, enjoy pregame activities, get a reusable Nationals acrylic cup, Maryland or Georgetown colors before the Nats take on the New York Mets. 7:05 start. Visit nationals.com/College Rivalry Day for tickets.
The Terp reminding me of Murphy last year, pointing to the back of his jersey.
Yeah.
Nice. Well done with the shell. There's Rendon, bottom of the second. Anthony in on the offensive fun last night, on base 3 times. 2 walks, a double, a run, and a sacrifice fly. Sitting at 61 runs batted in. De La Rosa's been hard for him, though. 1 for 12 career.
See, when I see like 1 for 10s or 1 for 12s, there could be 4 or 5 lineouts in there you don't know about. When those numbers really start to mean something to me is when you get over, 25, 30 at bats.
And sometimes when it's a guy from another division, maybe you didn't face him in 2 years. There's a shot.
Out Bob Henley.
I see a couple of lineouts in the last 5 or 6 times they faced each other. Rendon 346 over 29 games. He's had quite a late July and took it right into August. And the count 2-2. That's hit hard and over the shortstop. Got out there and got enough wood on it. Anthony Rendon continues his great hitting. Now in 30 games, he's right at 350.
De La Rosa tried the splitter right there. Watch it tumble right onto Anthony Rendon's bat. Does a nice job of extending, going down and digging that out and just flipping it into left. Good piece of hitting by Rendon. That was not a bad pitch by Jorge De La Rosa. It's right where he wanted it.
Couple of days off. Back in the lineup, Wilson Ramos.
Yeah, Buffaloes need a break. They can only roam for so long.
And he was 0 for 12 against the Orioles. Night off Thursday, night off Friday. He didn't see a whole lot of fastballs against Baltimore. So he loves the home and the road. Just about as consistent as you can be with the numbers. He's still 8th in the league with his .312 batting average. Way inside.
He should walk up to home on the range. A good walk-up song for him. A Buffalo Soldier.
Have some barbecue and beans up here. We tell a lot of stories around the campfire. There's no doubt about that. 2-1. And continue to drop off speed stuff on him.
If we have beans up here, I'm going to go do a couple innings on radio. I'm going to need.
I got news for you. We have had beans up here. Pancakes the size of Major League bases today.
Yep.
Pretty good.
If home plate was the size of the pancakes we ate for breakfast, you'd have to be hacking as a hitter today.
3-2. So a good take by Wilson to get the count full. Well, you know, De La Rosa is trying to get him to hit something on the ground. Rockies have turned the 3rd most double plays in the league. The Nationals the 5th most. And he's looking to drive it somewhere. 3-2 pitch. And the bouncer foul over by Bob Henley. Next up, Ryan Zimmerman. Ramos swinging a miss on a pitch 88, boring in on him. 3rd strikeout for Jorge De La Rosa. So tomorrow, Lucas Giolito takes on the Colorado Rockies. Chad Bettis, the Nats saw him in Denver just over a week ago. Then it's on to Philly for 3. Night game, night game, night game. A rare day off in New York on Thursday, and then the Mets next weekend. WUSA 9 will be with us on Friday night. Post game, it'll be officially announced. How about tomorrow's starter?
I'm going with Livan Hernandez.
The Levo Show.
It's my guess. I'm sticking to it.
Effectively pitching inside, cutting it to the right-handed batters, Jorge De La Rosa. Busted bad. Ryan's going to have to hustle. They try to turn the 4-6-3, and he gets there. Zimmerman legs it out to keep the inning alive for Danny Espinosa.
Kind of a low feed by DJ LeMahieu. And it looked like Daniel Descalso had to go down and get a changeup around his ankles, or this might have been a double play. See where he fields that down by his shoe? I think he has to stand up and throw it. All that takes time, and it gave Ryan Zimmerman just an extra click to get there. That's a feed. Ideally, as a shortstop, you want it firm right around your chest. And maybe LeMahieu just kind of didn't follow it enough with his momentum, and the ball just faded
Danny, 6 for his last 18. 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. Hit a nice series against Baltimore. Then a base hit in 3 trips and a walk last night.
Even though that's not an error, that just cost De La Rosa some more pitches, and who knows with Espinoza.
You're right.
That should have been an any double play.
This is not your typical number 8 singles hitter. It's on the inside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Espinoza 3 for 12 career against De La Rosa. Nats have had both their leadoff men on today. A lot of folks in the shade today here. 90 at game time. Fortunately, humidity has tumbled quite a bit over the last couple of days. And with Zimmerman running way inside, and Ryan Zimmerman will swipe his 3rd of the year in 4 attempts.
You remember how I said yesterday Trey Turner always looks like he's going? It's tough to tell. You could tell when Ryan's going. I was watching him down there, and I knew he was going to steal. He tried to act like he wasn't, which meant he was. He put both hands on his knees, tried to hide the ambush, but now Danny Espinoza has a chance, if the Rockies let him, to drive in a run.
40th career stolen base. And it doesn't look like they're going to intentionally walk Danny, but pitch him carefully. But look out if you make a mistake. 3-2.
And that's exactly what Danny Espinoza has to be ready for right here, a mistake.
3-2. So in 2 innings, the Nationals have Jorge up at 48 pitches.
There's 2 ways you look at this as an 8th hitter right now. Take your walk and don't expand your zone, or expand your zone and drive them in. And I think early in the game, in the 2nd inning, if you're an 8-hole hitter, when you have maybe 3 at-bats left, you expand your zone here. As long as it's something you can reach, you know, nothing in the dirt or anything crazy, but strike, near strike, you're aggressive.
3-2. De La Rosa getting all of his strikeouts in that part of the strike zone or just off it inside. So the Nats have stranded 2 runners. On to the 3rd. Pitcher will lead off against Dusty's starter.
To give the lefty from Hialeah, Florida, a little love for his 100th career win last night, don't we? Yes, absolutely we do. 6 innings, struck out 5 Rockies. The curveball was good. He pounded the strike zone. We love his new tempo, the way he's just getting it and going. So the Nats would add on. There's the Gonzalez family. I think that's Enzo right there, his son on the right. Congratulations, Gio, number 100. Party at Gio's.
Yeah.
Look at that record, 175. That's impressive.
And when Dad wins 200, he'll be all over the place.
I think he'll maybe be playing with his dad.
Top of the 3rd, De La Rosa, 6 for 30 this year. Had a 127 career hitter. Oh, 2.
Those lefties can play forever, you know?
They can.
Start flipping up the BHS, below hitting speed, and Jamie Moyer version.
Tommy John, pitch forever.
Then he had surgery.
And then he pitched forever again.
Did he have Tommy John?
Oh, 2, and De La Rosa on a pitch away. Pretty solid swing. Followed by Blackman and LeMahieu here in the top of the 3rd. Both pitchers, long first innings. AJ had a really quick second. Not so quick for Jorge. So he's up there leading off here in a 1-2 pitch again. Breaking ball out to left. Jason Worth. First time through the order, the Rockies go 0 for 7. Hit batter and a walk.
Here, you have to read this one today.
Join us for our Budweiser music party Monday, September 5th, Labor Day, 1:30 to 3:30 for a 4 o'clock game featuring music from Joe Bachman and the Tailgaters, a mechanical bull and roping contest. Yeehaw! Tickets start at $20. Includes a ticket to the Nats Braves game, concert admission, and a Bud Light, or soda. Visit nationals.com/Bud Music for tickets and details. And it's the last summer holiday, Labor Day.
Well, you sold me with the yeehaw, partner. I'm going.
Blackman early in the count. Pop up to Daniel Murphy to start the game. High level with us before it fell. Two-one. Not far from Wilson Ramos' target, right on the outside edge there.
Yeah, those are legit. More homers on the road than at Coors Field.
And AJ got in on his hands right there, 3-2. That's held him to 3 hits the entire series in Colorado. And Charlie fouls another one off to the left.
I just think the biggest difference if you play 81 games at Coors Field is you're rewarded for hitting pitches that you maybe wouldn't hit on the road at home. So you expand your zone at Coors Field and hit balls into the gap that don't go into the gap on the road. So all of a sudden you start to think you can do that on the road too. I can go out and get that pitch and hit it in the gap, and it doesn't go in the gap. So you're training yourself to hit one way in one ballpark and another way in another ballpark.
Yeah.
But half of your games are in that park. You can hit bad pitches real well in Coors Field that you can't hit on the road.
You know, you can think back to last night's game, 3 or 4 balls that might have been home runs that are not here, but that one has a chance to be. Right into the bullpen goes Charlie Blackmon. So there he goes with another road home run, his 22nd overall of the year. 61st RBI, and the Rockies on top. Charlie Blackmon's 144th hit.
That was a good at-bat. They don't get much better than that.
First hit of the series.
I mean, battling, taking tough pitches, fouling off tough pitches, and then he finally gets a curveball, it looks like, from AJ and hits it over the bullpen, right? Now, we showed you the splits. Charlie Blackmon doesn't care where he's playing.
There's DJ LeMahieu. Strike call. He was hit by a pitch first time up. For the Rockies, their 162nd home run. Big breaking ball, a big swing and miss. You don't see DJ LeMahieu missing many pitches by that margin. Only Joey Votto and Paul Goldschmidt get on base more than LeMahieu. 3 batters in the league over 400 in on base percentage.
I might be wrong, but it seemed like the curveball got AJ in trouble in Baltimore, that the fastball was not a problem. The Orioles were having trouble squaring that up.
Great pitch. Slider started down and away, ended up out of the zone. His 3rd strikeout. And 2 outs in the 3rd. Carlos Gonzalez next. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
The home run to Trumbo was a fastball that kind of ran back in Baltimore. That slider right there is perfect. He made it look like a strike for a minute, then it broke real hard, real late. Nice pitch.
All right, 7 pitch at bat by Cargo first time up before he was struck out. Then Arenado had 10 before he walked, really extending that first inning. And Carlos Gonzalez to right. Harper backing up to the scoreboard, running right along the track and catching that ball 370 some feet away. So Cole gives up a homer to Blackmon. Rockies on top by 1. donuts at the yard.
Those are fried shrimp, I think.
Wow. Off they come. It's a conveyor belt of wonderful. When you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. And we check in on Eric Fetty, Potomac, and for Harrisburg this year. These are his combined numbers. 8 wins. ERA, solid. Strikeout, walk numbers, very good. And it's all brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. A.J. Cole leads off, bottom of the third. 0 for 2 is a big league hitter.
Good hack.
It's 59 pitches for A.J. through 3 innings, 39 of those strikes. Right in there, and it got him looking. 5 strikeouts for De La Rosa. First time through the order. The Nats go 2 for 9. And only 2 outs in play. Back up to Trey Turner, who had one of those 2 hits. So he's looking for multi-hit game number 13 this month, right here, right now. Corey Seager having a great year for the Dodgers. And Chris Bryant, a definite, at least for now, front runner for the MVP. Top player on the best team in Major League Baseball. But Turner having a fantastic August.
You know, nobody talks about with Trey is he hasn't become enamored with the long ball. And a lot of times leadoff hitters hit a couple and you get that feeling and it's addictive. You want to do it again. I say that, I'll probably hit one, but he's not trying to hit him is my point. He's taking his singles to right, up the middle. He's getting on base. He's stealing bases. And a lot of managers will cringe when their speedy little leadoff hitter hits home runs because they feel like, uh-oh, he's going to try to hit him. But Trey hasn't.
Yeah. Well, at Syracuse, he hit 3. But he hit .310 and on base percentage .376. So he managed to avoid that feeling you talk about at the AAA level, too. And boy, he was ready when he got his opportunity. I still remember June 3rd at Cincinnati. Goes 3 for 3 when Ryan Zimmerman was on paternity leave. And a walk. Didn't play the rest of the weekend, then sent right back. But he sure was ready the next time he showed up. De La Rosa continues to pound the Nats off the plate inside. Strikeout number 6.
Jason Worth with the Worthquake last night, number 18. He has displayed some serious pop here recently. Hey fans, remember our DC Lexus dealers are donating $250 to the Children's National Health System for every Tater and Nats player hits this year, so keep them coming. It's for a wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
Yeah, right now for Jason Worth, it's the pursuit of 20. 2 home runs away. Good fastball. Looks like De La Rosa has a lot of hitters. A little off balance, guessing right now. See if he comes back inside. That one out over the plate. 2-2. Jason has also had some personal history this season. Home run number 200, the artwork home run in Miami. A lot of great personal milestones for the guys this year. 2-2 with 2 outs.
He looks like an artsy kind of guy, so that fits, doesn't it?
He really wanted them to find that ball. Remember his face? He was so anxious about that. That was the first homer in that record-setting 4 home run inning when Ramos Harper with a grand slam and Zim also went deep. Some memorable moments for Jason Worth this year. 2-2 pitch. He turns on one and rifles it foul.
His sister Hillary probably loved that home run. She is a fantastic artist in her own right.
So he has seen 13 pitches today. And after a long pause, a 2-2 outside.
So the cutter in with 2 strikes has been what De La Rosa is going to, and I know Jason Worth's thinking about it. I think they're going with the split here, though.
Yeah. 83. Outer half, 7 Ks of his 9 outs today. Jorge De La Rosa working with a 1-0 lead. Here, and we are here to honor them. It's our DynCorp International Troop Recognition, and it's brought to you by DynCorp International, proudly serving our nation for 70 years. Arenado, Dahl, and Parra top of the 4th inning. A.J. Cole in a 1-0 game. Ten pitch at bat first time when Arenado drew that walk, really extending that first inning. All the way out to 26 pitches. Base hit. Not waiting around that time, and the Rockies have their 2nd hit of the day. And for Nolan Arenado, first base hit in the series, 1 for 5 with a walk.
Look at the head to the baseball, just right at contact. And he figured he saw everything first time up. No need to wait around second time.
So David Dahl, fly ball to center first time. Little low with that backdoor curveball.
A well-located two-seamer down the zone gets him a double play. See if they decide to go down the way with that sinker.
1-1 pitch. That ball driven the other way, and that's trouble. Into the left field corner. Arenado heading for third. His coach Stu Cole will hold him into second. David Dow, Rockies in business, top of the fourth inning. Nobody out. Parra next.
Maybe just a hair higher than he wanted it. You see Wilson kind of reaching out for it. A little below the belt. And Dahl with a nice piece of hitting and slapping it down into the corner. So second, third, nobody out. A couple good at-bats by the Rockies in a row.
He struck out Gerardo Parra first time up. Rendon, the shallowest of the infielders. Anything not hit on one hop to him or back to the pitcher makes it 2-0.
If you keep throwing it to me out there down and away as a lefty, I can lean out there and think about left. Every once in a while, you have to keep me honest with something firm inside, so that I'm not inclined to like lean out over and drive it to left center field. I haven't seen AJ throw too many fastballs into lefties today.
2-0 pitch. Airing it out. Parra. Strike one.
Well, that's the pitch he struck him out on first time. If he can keep swinging at it up there, keep throwing it up there.
So the battle back even here at 2-2.
Fastball right around or above the Colorado. Let's see what they decide on.
Left side. And it'll end up well out of play. Jeep takes us inside the numbers. So getting guys home with fewer than 2 outs. The Nats second to the Angels. Ahead of St. Louis and Colorado. Good hitting ball clubs. The Twins on that list. All brought to you by Jeep. Major League average just around 54%.
I would say the losing teams on that stat have fewer chances than the winning teams.
That would be true for Minnesota and the Angels. Swing and a miss. And a big strikeout for A.J. Cole, his 4th of the day. Parra twice.
Well, he's been below the fastball by. I mean, he tried to elevate it here with command on the outer half, so top of the strike zone, maybe a little higher by design for the 2nd time in a row. Big strikeout for A.J. Cole.
Yeah, bat right under the ball. Here comes Hundley. Nissan on that pitch track and replay. Great pitch. 2-0.
He's got a base. He doesn't have to give in here. Set up the double play with Descalso on deck.
Just a little harder with a fastball that time, at 92.
Can't remember last time I've seen so many swing and misses on fastballs in the low 90s.
Tells you something, doesn't it?
It does. Spin rate must be high as it crosses home plate.
And this ball popped up. Right side of the infield, Murphy waving for it. 2 outs. And now the Nationals can decide how they want to pitch to, or if they want to pitch to, the number 8 man, Descalso. Big out.
I don't think you mess around. We'll see what Dusty does. I think they're going to put him on. Take your chances with Jorge De La Rosa, who can swing it. He's not by any means an easy out.
Up come the 4 fingers from Ramos. It'll be A.J. Cole's second walk of the day. Whoa! And he throws a wild pitch on ball 1 of an intentional walk, and a run scores. Wilson Ramos went outside and couldn't backtrack. You hardly ever see that happen at this level.
Well, he's still got to do it. That's the thing. Now, you're not all of a sudden going to pitch to Daniel Descalso, so he's got to do it again right here. That was almost a strike. Nowhere near Wilson Ramos, and he has to do it again right now with the runner on third, and who knows what's going through A.J. Cole's mind. Here we go. That was an unfortunate wild pitch for the Nationals. Just a free run. He was on his way to wiggling out of this thing.
All right, ball 3. So first and third, a run in with De La Rosa coming up. Outside.
Talked to a lot of pitchers who've told me that the intentional walk is a hard thing. And you're thinking, well, they're big leaguers. They should be able to do it. They never practice it. And then all of a sudden you have to throttle down, change your delivery, and throw something slow. So that doesn't shock me that much. But like you said, you rarely see that. I don't know that I've ever met a pitcher that's comfortable with the intentional walk. When do you ever hit a moving target as well?
Yeah. That's a hard hit ball for another run. So De La Rosa makes it 3-0 as things collapse on A.J. Cole down at the bottom of the order, and Mike Maddox already on his way to the mound again.
Well, he's 1 for 4 with 2 RBI his last ball game against the Cubs. He has a career high 3-game hitting streak. Now make it 4 games for Jorge De La Rosa. So helping himself out in a big way with a 2-out knock.
You know, what just happened reminded me of something, FP, because, you know, there people are always saying, well, why don't you just put up 4 fingers, tell the guy to go to first? The counter argument is to that, make the guy throw 4 balls. You never know what might happen, and we just saw the bad end of that for a pitcher. But that's a debate that's been going on between some fans and some officials for years. That's why they don't just wave them to first. So A.J. Cole who 2 innings ago had 38 pitches through 2, is now at 80 with 2 outs in the 4th inning. Top of the order. And Charlie Blackmon, who hit one out of here last time up. So this second time around has been really rough for A.J. Cole. 4 hits, an intentional walk, a wild pitch, and 3 runs attached.
But what do we talk about on extreme weather days, whether it's cold or hot all the time? Keep your defense off the field. Have a great tempo. Pound the strike zone. Work fast and get your ball club back in the dugout so they don't have to wilt away on defense. And it's been anything but fast here today.
Yeah, first inning was slow, 26 pitches.
A lot of conferences at the mound, a lot of stepping off. I mean, you want to keep your team engaged, especially when you got a little 2-game win streak going. The momentum's starting to go your way. You want to keep it going your way by going out there and taking the game by the throat.
0-1 with 2 outs. And a pop-up. Wilson Ramos over near the on-deck circle, getting rid of his gear and making that grab. The Rockies send 7 men to the plate. They pick up a couple of runs. Well, it's hot for De La Rosa. Now the Nats need to get to him. Geico President's Race, and where was everybody else when Teddy came flying out of the gate in center field? And I mean, that's a 20-yard lead. Can anybody catch up as we dissolve to later in the race? The answer is no, sir. And it's Teddy with his 18th of the year, far and away #1. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance at Geico.
Teddy Ledecky.
Well, we get that head in this booth, that'll be something.
Dusty probably talking to Wilson about that pitch out, and maybe even asked him, did he see you? Did he look up late and see Wilson standing up? You know, that's the only thing I can think of after the 4 that he made perfectly after that.
Daniel Murphy leads off, bottom of the 4th. Murphy lined out to right first time, with Turner at second for the second out, first inning. .64 pitches, 41 strikes for De La Rosa. Not exactly an economical afternoon for him so far. And FP, you've noted before that when he's faced the Nats in the past, he's been nails first couple of times around. But in the middle of the game, the Nationals start getting to him, and Murphy has his 158th hit.
You know, we just looked at the replay card. AJ wasn't looking at Wilson. He was looking at the runner on third. He rolled his head and he threw the ball in the dirt, so my bad for missing that. But that's what they were talking about. Watch AJ. He's looking at the runner on third, then he rolls his head and sees Wilson But if you looked even before that, he never really looked at Wilson Ramos, so maybe that had something to do with it.
Well, here's Harper. Nets have 3 hits. 3 of the 4 innings they've had leadoff singles. Turner, Rendon, and Murphy. Bryce struck out swinging first time up.
We said it in Colorado, say it again. Second time around, there was better at-bats against Jorge De La Rosa. And third time, they were even better. So we'll see if there's adjustments. But he's been good so far. That cutter-split combination has been deadly.
Yeah, he had retired 6 in a row until the Murphy hit. Harper hits one deep to left. It is unreachable for David Dahl. Stays in play. That enables Murphy to go for the plate. The throw is nowhere near in time, and Bryce Harper gets the Nationals on the board. RBI number 73, and they're coming in bunches now.
You know, Dusty talking about Bryce before the game, saying, you know what? You only have so many at-bats left in your season to make it a good season, meaning with, you know, just a little over a month left to go in the campaign, how many at-bats does Bryce have to turn his season around? So you have to make them all count. With the way he walks, maybe a little over 100. So he's making the most of it all of a sudden. Bryce Harper loving hitting against the Rockies, and he's been locked in since his little recharge with that neck issue.
8 for 16 against Colorado pitching. Now the Nats need to get Harper home. He's in scoring position, nobody out. Rendon and Ramos the next 2. Anthony base hit over short first time. Bryce made a move toward third and drew a throw.
He was going. It's creeping, and then De La Rosa picked up LeMahieu just in time. Watch this, he's trying to get a jump up. Inside move, get back.
That's strike 1. Here's Bryce, bottom of your swing. On the 1st of August, he had 56 RBIs. He now has 73.
Well, check out the box right here. We can see the interaction between the middle infielder and the base runner, and LeMahieu trying to hold Harper on. That's good stuff.
And Rendon likes to go the other way when he can, but that's inside and he pulls it. 0-2. 17 RBIs this month for Harper. Oh, 2 to Rendon, and he cracks one to center. Bryce has to hold up to make sure it drops. Runners at the corners. Nobody out. And Wilson Ramos coming up. And Anthony Rendon is on fire.
That was a pretty piece of hitting. It looked like he took a curveball or a slider down and in and just got his hands inside of it, barreled the baseball. Bryce had the hold. You see the curveball from De La Rosa. Watch him let it travel right back up the middle. That's called squaring it up, folks. You see it knuckle back the other way? That's the definition of squaring one up, taking the rotation off the baseball. And Bryce had the hold because you didn't know how long this ball was going to stay in the air or if Charlie Blackmon was going to catch it.
Ramos, 67 RBIs. And De La Rosa trying to pound him inside again. Did that into a strikeout back in the second. Three straight hits after two all day. And Ramos to right field. That is going to drop. Harper went back to tag. He's coming home. Good throw by Cargo. And Harper in standing up. Barely beat it. 3-2 ball game. And a little close there at home plate.
Wilson Ramos been doing such a nice job all year of going the other way with runners in scoring position. Bryce did the right thing by going back. I don't know if he did the right thing by not sliding. I had a Jeremy Giambi flashback right there. That's my own issues. I'm sorry for bringing it up. But that was close. And I think Bryce maybe caught in between there. Was Ryan Zimmerman telling him to slide? I didn't see. Usually the on-deck hitter is in charge of directing traffic.
And he got tagged, but he was already across the plate. Now the Nats have first and second, nobody out, one-run game. Ryan Zimmerman, a homer, 5 RBIs career against De La Rosa.
Yeah,
1-1 to Zimmerman.
It's been 16 years. I think I need counseling. I really do.
And I think all you folks know the plays, talking about the famous Jeter backhanded relay that cost you and a lot of your teammates a ring, right?
It did. And it looked just like that. So excuse me for having a flashback.
1-1. Off speed had Ryan lunging.
But you feel like you've seen this movie before with Jorge De La Rosa, right? Almost every time he pitches against the Nats, he's Clayton Kershaw for about 3 innings, and then all of a sudden the Nats figure him out for whatever reason.
Hundley out for a quick chat.
I'll tell you this, based on what I've seen with De La Rosa, I wouldn't be surprised if you see him as a waiver wire trade pitching for a contender here sometime soon, because he could definitely help a ball club out in the month of September.
Oh yeah, somebody will want him.
I'd want him on my team. He'd give you some innings. He competes. If you're in that wild card hunt, or maybe you need an extra pitcher. Who doesn't need pitching this time of year?
1-2 to Zimmerman. Ryan, slow roller. He's going to have to hustle to beat out another one. And for the second time, he'll do it. And that's huge, because the tying run, Rendon's at third with 1 out.
I'll tell you what, as a hitter, it's no fun at all trying to beat out a double play. You already know you've made an out. So what's the incentive to hustle down the line? Well, that's how Ryan Zimmerman does it every time. But you're frustrated while you're doing it.
So A.J. Cole gives up a run in the third, 2 in the fourth. His teammates almost have him back even. It's up to Danny Espinosa now with 1 out to collect his 61st RBI. De La Rosa struck him out, cutting one in on his hands first time. Thought Danny might be aggressive, not wanting to get to 2 strikes. Ooh. And a wide throw grabbed by Gerardo Parra, backhand side.
Hey, second game ever in your career at first base. That's a good play. Surprised nobody's tried to bunt it his way.
Oh, 1 Espinosa ground ball. That'll do the job. A run scores to tie it. Second base Zimmerman. The Nats are back even 3-3. And Danny's productive out does give him RBI number 61. Good baseball. Yeah, I don't want to cheat Danny out of one. That's number 62.
Well, AJ can make up for his wild pitch right here, right now.
Up hacking.
Just ripped the mask off of Mike Winters with the foul tip. He's good. Thumbs up. Those guys are tough. Just winged them.
It's a 29-year veteran back there. Crew chief. 0-1. Strike 2. That one bouncing, and Hundley stopped it. Catcher's busy, and the count's even 2-2 here in the 4th.
I struck him out with a curveball first time up, and he looks like he's trying to go back to the well. He just can't get it in the zone.
Swing and a miss. Inning over, but a great one for the Nats. 4 straight hits. RBIs from Harper, Ramos, and Espinosa. And after 4, everything's back even. 3-3. Of Nationals baseball was brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid. All-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Johnny and Ray scheduled to be back off the water and in the booth for Nats Extra Post Game. We'll look forward to that later. Presented by WB Mason. And a Nats cap finding its way evidently down to the dock at Old Town. Did you leave that there?
I did not. I would never leave my hat laying around.
Potomac Nationals finished their 2016 regular season with an extended Labor Day weekend homestand next weekend. Presidential election at Pfitzner Stadium with the Trump and Clinton bobbleheads. Fireworks, Fan Appreciation Day, Labor Day baseball. So join them. Check it out online or by phone. The Peanuts getting ready to wrap things up. The Nats have come from behind 3 or more runs 10 times this season. Last time versus guess who? Jorge De La Rosa. 12 days ago at Colorado in a 5-4 win. And by the way, they've come back to win 7 of those 9 previous games. So here's DJ LeMahieu, top of the 5th. Cole showing him the slider away, 1-1.
Got my Masson alert. RBIs by Ramos and Espinoza. Tie game 3-3 in the 4th. Nats going for series win over Rockies on Masson 2. I like it.
That ball's got some weird slice on it. Ryan Zimmerman over there to grab it for the first out. So momentum has turned. Turner will lead off in the bottom of this inning, but 2 tough hitters now to get.
Here, give me your phone. I'm going to text Nats to 29292 for you.
I've got that.
Oh, you got it? All right. I'm just late to that party. I like it, though.
Yeah, I've had it for a while.
Let you know what's going on. I mean, if it gets a hair excessive like an ex-girlfriend, I'll block it. But right now, it's good.
Carlos Gonzalez, a strikeout, long fly ball to right. Bryce Harper made a good play along the wall. The bat splinters all over the place. And the ball boys come out of the Nats dugout to pick up several pieces.
If you're a bat, that's not how you want to die, on just a tapper foul.
I've talked to a lot of bats, and you're exactly right.
Well, you haven't talked to them after they've died unless you have some powers I don't know about.
One pitch, way outside.
The Blue Jays have been raking with Nolan Arenado's bats. Apparently he sent something up to Troy Tulowitzki, and but I think players don't like it when they see other guys with their bats. They get nervous. You can't get away with anything nowadays. Everyone's zooming in on the name on the bat. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. The center field camera caught the name on the bat.
It's okay to give them to your old buddies, but when they start giving them out, that's when you get worried. Like, well, how many guys are going to use those bats I sent you? But it's just kind of a thing where players, I don't know, it's like a superstition thing. When a guy's hot, you go sit next to him. If a guy's bat is hot, you use it. One of those deals.
(3-2) with 1 out. And Carlos Gonzalez pops one up. Ryan Zimmerman right in his tracks. A Statue of Liberty catch. 2 down. Except that was the left arm skyward. And with Nolan Arenado coming up, A.J. Cole has an opportunity to kind of re-grab his afternoon here after he'd given up runs 2 innings in a row. Trying to get control of this game again. 91 pitches right now, 2 outs, 5th inning. Arenado will pop it up. Daniel Murphy, outfield grass, setting himself. That's it. 3 quick outs on 10 pitches, just what A.J. Cole needed, and we are halfway through. Now it's Jorge De La Rosa trying to gather himself after a 7-batter, 3-run, 4-hit Nationals 4th. Here's Trey Turner. He went off speed and kind of junky last time to strike him out after that base hit to lead off the game.
This right now is Jorge De La Rosa's whole day, getting Trey Turner out. If he has any notions of winning this game.
In there to even things up, 1-1.
He's got some big outs behind him, but you keep this guy off base, you got a chance.
Missing up. So Turner 13 for his last 20. That is through. He's going to round the bag big. It's out in left center. He's going to keep on going, and the ball's waiting for him. Trey Turner's out.
He made the decision to go for 2 too late. He's looking in the dugout like, are you going to check this? But he was kind of floating around first base. If he put his head down right out of the box, I'm thinking to myself, this is a double. Right here, it's a double. And he kind of floats right there, and then he makes his decision just a hair late. You see him turn it on just as he rounds first base. He wasn't loafing the whole time by any means. He just didn't have the afterburners on soon enough. And the tag got his knee right before he got to the base. Watch it get the left knee before the right cleat hits, just a split second. Man, that's so close, isn't it?
So close. Turner 2 for 3, 8-4 on the assist and the tag. Here's Werth, who has struck out twice. Out of play, right side.
I love the idea by Trey Turner. I just think he made up his mind a click too late. And don't get me wrong, he was not loafing by any means.
Right.
He just didn't turn on that extra gear soon enough. And maybe if he had it in that gear the whole time, he makes it.
Werth pulls it outside the bag.
I like the gamble. 3-3 game, bottom of the 5th. You got speed for days. Like, look, he's not loafing, but right there he turns on the jets. And it was a perfect throw. It was a perfect tag. So a lot of things went right for the Rockies.
Werth takes it low.
And Trey floating is faster than most people.
That is true.
Gliding, if you will.
That's a good take by Jason Werth. Counts even. Murphy behind him here in the 5th inning. 3-7-0 Nats. They've stranded 3. 3-4-0 Rockies. They've left 4. Jason Werth lunging. Pop fly. Parra. Foul ground. 2 outs. Let's go inside the numbers. Let's compare a couple of second basemen who are having amazing offensive seasons. Murphy by 4 points right now. LeMahieu today 0 for 2. The hits, the runs, the multi-hit games, the extra base hits. Daniel, a big edge in those. It's all brought to you by PNC, for the achiever in you, or the achiever in them. Outside for a ball. They tried to jam him. He turned on it into the Nats dugout. 1-1. De La Rosa 4 pitches from 100. AJ Cole's at 92 as we play here in the 5th inning. 2 RBIs away from 100. Swing and a miss.
Trying to make it 4-3.
A lot of time by De La Rosa. Murphy getting time from Mike Winters. Just can't get a ball by him in there.
No, he can't get in there. I mean, the best thing that happens is you get a strike foul. The worst thing that happens, it ends up in the bullpen.
Or as we've seen a couple of times this year, the mezzanine or the upper deck. So the first pitch away and then working their way in the next 3. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think as the games get bigger in middle to late September and into October, that teams aren't going to try Daniel Murphy in anymore. The risk reward is just too great. And we've seen team after team try to pound Murph all season long, miss a couple of inches out over the plate, and the ball shot out of the yard. And when you're talking about pennant race games or playoff games, why would you even take the chance?
Right.
Make him beat you the other way with a single or a double versus 4 bases. That's what happens if you miss in 4 bases. I mean, he can still beat you the other way. It's just not as quick.
2-2. Three ball game, bottom of the 5th. Murphy fights one off and gets a base hit And there wasn't much room between the shortstop and the third baseman.
Unbelievable.
He is having an incredible year. Now he's one hit short of 160.
When you're having that year, you're having that year. And I know there's about 24 guys in the first base dugout thinking the same thing I'm thinking right now, or some guys in the bullpen too, is everything he hits, he's threading needles. But I mean, look at him get his hands inside the ball in the right position to hit that pitch the other way. But he's hit him over the bag, he's hit choppers, he's beaten shifts. Everything he touches is a hit this year. That's why his middle name is Hits. He should get that legally changed, by the way. I hope his mom and dad are okay with that.
So Murphy gains 2 points on the batting average today, going 2 for 3. Bryce Harper takes one in the dirt. Bryce clubbed one to the base of the left center field wall last time, and when the ball stayed in, Murphy scored. Rendon a base hit, then Bryce scored standing up on the Ramos single. Right in the middle of that 3-run fourth inning that changed the game. Rockies had all the momentum. 1 ball, 1 strike. So well over 103, Jorge De La Rosa. Last time out, 106 in 8 innings in that 11-4 win over the Cubs when he only gave up 2 runs on 4 hits. That was interesting. Catcher set up outside, had to reach back. It appeared to be over the plate, and De La Rosa cannot believe it. 2-1. Right-hander Jordan Lyles.
We were whining for what, about a week after Coors Field and how it affected the Nats bullpen. Can you imagine being Walt Weiss and doing that all year? The Nats were just there for 3 games. Can you imagine 81 there? And then when you go on the road, what your bullpen is like? That's why he's stretching out De La Rosa right now.
Yeah. Way inside, 3-1.
I mean, you can't pay a Rockies manager enough, in my opinion. I said it when we were in Colorado. I'll say it again. You age in dog years if you're the manager of the Rockies. 81 games at Coors Field.
Harper takes the walk. He went off speed. 2 on, 1 out. Bryce on for the second time. And his on-base percentage is up around .390 again. Pitching coach Steve Foster to the mound. That is De La Rosa's first walk of the day. So coming in is Anthony Rendon, who's 2 for 2.
And he was 1 for 12 coming in. See why I don't care about those numbers when it's not a big sample size?
Right.
1 for 30, you're onto something. 1 for 12, who knows? And I think your point was the best. It could have been 3 years ago with some guys.
Yeah. I just hope at some time in the next couple of years we find a way to get back to a more balanced schedule. 75 games or so in your division, and then fewer than 100 against the rest of baseball. It makes for divisional races, but the talent in some of the divisions make things a little lopsided here and there, to say the least. Anthony has scored a run among his 2 hits. He scored 20 runs in his last 30 games now, hitting around .355.
I also think as a player you enjoy going to other parks twice instead of once. And I think it's great for the fans to be able to get to see Bryce Harper twice in a year in San Francisco or Los Angeles versus just once. So I'm with you. I think it's stale when you play 19 games in your division.
1-1 with 2 outs.
Heads up right here, falling behind a hot hitter.
Well, he's had 4 innings of 20 pitches or more, 21 pitches or more today. Not long for the game, De La Rosa. This at bat could decide it. 2-1, and Rendon takes it low, ball 3. Two outs in the inning, but only 1 hitter retired off the bat.
Do you think he'd rather face Wilson Ramos right here with the bases loaded?
Possibility. Ramos based it last time, but kind of a flare to right. Rendon's been lining it around. Strike call.
They go with the split right here, just kind of backs up a little bit. Close.
Murphy at second, Harper at first. Head starts coming. Each able to get huge leads here. Rendon will pop it up. Descalso out. Dahl behind him. Who wants it? And they run into each other. The ball has been caught by the left fielder, David Dahl. The Nats strand a couple. They lost a runner at second. 5 stranded on the day. Anxious moment for the Rockies.
Check out the day of AJ. And he's been grinding. The fastball up's been his best friend today. It looks like it has some extra life to it up there when he goes above the letters. So 5 innings in the books for AJ. 3 runs on 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, a couple of walks. A wild pitch that proved costly, but he is hanging tough. Now it's time for Toyota Case for Kids. The Washington area Toyota dealers want to help children and their families by making a $37 donation to the Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this season.
93rd pitch of the day, a strike. David Dahl, top of the 6th. As we mentioned earlier, he went 108 pitches, 67 strikes at Baltimore. And now he has the left-handed rookie 0-2. Dahl, who doubled into the left field corner last time up.
I mean, if he's really comfortable doing it, he could throw the Rockies for a loop by going in with some fastballs.
That was a slider in. Murphy picks it off. That ball was roasted. And Daniel, a good reaction play for the first out.
Well, we could change his middle name to Gloves for a second. That's a nice play. A little snow cone action there at the end. I don't think he'll legally change his middle name to Daniel Gloves Murphy, but hey, he's been pretty good this year. First and second.
Here's Parra. After striking out a couple of times, he showed bunt, laid off 1-0.
He does not look like he's picking up A.J. Cole very well.
Rockies box score, 1-out homer, Charlie Blackmon, third inning. There were other runs in the fourth. The wild pitch scoring Arenado, who had singled, went to third on Dowell's double. And then Jorge De La Rosa drove in that third run. They were up 3-0. The Nats had a quick answer. Parra still thinking bunt, and now it's 1-2.
He's telling you he's not picking you up when he does that. Bunts with one strike. Looked funny on the off-speed pitch and had his couple rough at-bats. Fastball up has gotten Gerardo twice today. See if they go there.
And the heater upstairs. Full count.
Check it out, Carp. Dress whites, I love it.
Yeah, they're really enjoying the shade right now.
They're smart.
More than a few good men right there. 3-2. Ramos was ready to throw it around the horn, but it's a one-out walk. So A.J. Cole had Gerardo Parra deep in the hole and walked him his third walk of the day, second unintentional. Visit MLB.TV Premium. Check it out. #1 live streaming sports service. You can catch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Also, the #1 app for live baseball, At Bat Premium included. Blackout, other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Well, that was pretty interesting. Looked like Parra was all but dead in that at bat, and all of a sudden he's standing on first base. Hundley and Descalso the next two. Oliver Perez started to move around. So he's throwing. Hundley today fouling out to Anthony Rendon, and then a pop-up to Daniel Murphy.
Yeah, I'm sure Dusty would like AJ to get through this inning to qualify for his first big league win should the Nats score in the bottom of the sixth. And he'd love a ground ball right here, right now.
Target way in on 0-1. The throw over, and got it over there quickly. Ramos a good scramble to his right.
Well, you could go hit and run right here if you're Walt Weiss. You got a guy that could really handle the bat. Decent runner at first. 6 stolen bases, been caught 4 times. Tie game. It would be an aggressive play, but it works. It fits, I should say.
1-1.
Even more now. He has to throw a strike. You don't see the hit and run very often, do you, anymore?
Not anymore.
It's almost like it's the in-game version of infield. Nobody takes it anymore. They just work real hard during batting practice on the ground balls.
2-1. Some crackle to that 90 here in the 6th inning. Nissan will track it.
I don't think hitters like the hit and run anymore either.
You have to swing.
Here's stories about he put the hit and run on. Why did he put the hit and run on? I used to love it because you knew you were swinging. It took all the mystery out of if I'm swinging or not on the pitch.
Two-two.
I think you have to start the runner right now. It's a big miss.
Left-handed batter on deck. Rockies bench today mainly right-handed. 3-2-1 out. Runner goes. A drive hooking into the left field corner. Seats foul. Runner on the move and another foul.
Well, Descalso's hitting 167 against lefties, so you'd think Dusty would bring in the lefty to face him, and this might be AJ's last hitter. Walt Weiss has a switch hitter and Adames on the bench that he can choose to go to pinch hit for Descalso if he wants. So this is a big sequence in this ball game.
AJ right now about 30 to 35 seconds in between pitches. Now a step out. Been kind of a lazy river afternoon. Just kind of floating along. Pitchers very deliberate early. Cole and De La Rosa on a sizzling hot day. 3-2 with 1 out. Runner going again. And we'll do it again.
Couple in the zone, couple out of the zone, couple fouled off. Gerardo Parra getting his work in. And here we go again. Pigeons on the infield in a shift position. Now they're going to the outfield. I'm going to say Parra is going. What do you think?
If he's not going on this pitch, I don't know what's going on. 3-2. I was going to say, might be a good time to pick him off.
Well, Nick Hundley's in swing mode right now, so you know, you could expand here even though it's a 3-2 count. I'm sure AJ think about throwing a strike, but do you really have to here? It looks like Hundley wants to hit in this count.
Ball finally in play out to center for Trey Turner. So Parra back to first. Wynn was knocking that ball down. It's still coming over that scoreboard out there. And a long battle for the second out, 6th inning.
Dusty,
now we'll see what Dusty does.
He's talking to Mike Maddox right now. Here he comes. He's going to play the percentages, bringing his lefty to face the lefty. And now Walt Weiss, we'll see if he counters.
Not bad. 4 hits over 5 2/3. AJ Cole walked 3, 1 intentionally. 4 strikeouts on the day. Hit a batter, threw a wild pitch, gave up a home run, but all in all, a nice follow-up to what he did in Baltimore on Monday night. It's our UPS store. Call to the bullpen. Brought to you by the UPS Store. Together, there's nothing we can't solve. Visit theupsstore.com for locations. The rest of the day. Daniel Descalso will stay in for the moment, and it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup with Oliver Perez. Descalso 0 for 2 career against him, and for Oliver, number 54, the appearance.
Yeah, 2 pitches, fastball, slider, fastball low 90s, slider low 80s. 3/4 release point. Probably see some sliders here. Descalso 4 for 24 on the year against lefties.
Runner at first, 2 outs. Parra says, "You too?" What a day on the base.
He looks tired. All those 3-2 steals. Probably gassed.
Yeah. It's 3 or 4 throwovers. Throws over.
I would go right here, first move. If you throw over, you got me. I'm just going to guess and go. If you throw over 3 times in a row, I'm out, but I'm going.
If the inning continues, right-handed hitting outfielder Ryan Rayburn for De La Rosa still technically in the game. Although Jordan Lyles has probably thrown several innings in left field already in their bullpen. And a strike call. It's 1-1. Oliver delivering that one mid-90s. Now Matt Belisle pops up for the Nats. So it could be a one-batter deal for Oliver here.
Well, when you looked at the lineup today, you thought you'd see Mark Rzepczynski in this game somewhere, because Dahl, Parra, and Descalso, 3 out of the last 4 hitters for the Rockies are all left-handed. You'll probably see him sometime later on if this one stays close, you'd think.
Two. And that hits Daniel Descalso on a 2-2 pitch. Not a good sound. It'll be 2 on, 2 out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, you come in to face one lefty, a guy that's struggled against lefties this year, and you hit him. And that kind of messes Dusty Baker's whole plan up. Now he has to go deeper into his bullpen when he wasn't thinking he had to. When you talk to managers and you bring in a specialist, whether it's a righty facing a righty, a lefty facing a lefty, if they don't get them out, which is what you're planning on now, you really have to scramble and go even deeper and deeper, and it kind of snowballs after that. So we'll see what Dusty does in a tie ball game with a right-hander coming up. I think he has to go to his righty, right?
Looks that way. Rayburn's a guy with pop. Keith Duggar, their head trainer, out to help out Descalso. So it's 2 on, 2 out. Without the Rockies having hit their way aboard in this inning.
I mean, this has given Matt Belisle more pitches. So, I mean, the bad part is the go-ahead runs on second. The good part is your right-hander is getting hot.
All right, now the umpire signals the PA guy, Jerome, to actually announce the batter. That's what Dusty's waiting for, so out he comes. And that's it for Oliver Perez. So 2 on, 2 out. Rayburn and Belisle when we come back. Long afternoon of baseball, 6th inning, tie game. Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals. So the reliever matchup thing continues here. 36-year-old Matt Belisle for the Nats, 34th appearance.
Yeah, big situation. 6th inning, tie ball game. Go ahead runs on second. Fastball, slider, curveball change to Arsenal. Fastball 91, 2-seam it into righties.
Facing Ryan Rayburn for the first time. He was up there hacking. Rayburn started in left field last night. 2 for 2, single, double, 2 runs, and they pinch hit for him later in the game.
See, I always think out of the bullpen, the left-on-left matchup is where you have to get her done. Because righties grew up hitting righties, but a lot of times lefties don't face lefties, so that's where you want to make your move. That's where you want to get your out. Ryan Rayburn's made his whole career learning how to hit righties. So you had the advantage with the left-on-left with Descalso in the 167 average against lefties.
Second base Parra, first base Descalso. Good speed out there for the Rockies. 3-3 game, top of the 6th. And the count's even, 2-2.
I might be wrong, but I feel like time of possession is favoring the Rockies in this one.
I was just looking at my book. This is the 5th hitter of the inning, not like the 12th. It's been a long time. 5 hitters, 3 pitchers. Just hope the guys are on their toes out there, especially those who've been standing on that hot and getting hotter infield dirt. Another conference. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Man, Murph taking an E. He's been standing out there so long, trying to conserve energy.
Yeah, and you talked about this before. Guys will step back to the grass to get their feet off of that dirt. Two with 2 outs. Ball 3. Now both runners on the move. Charlie Blackmon, if the inning continues. Whole bunch of hitters have done a great job of extending at bats today. Hope they rubbed up enough baseballs for this one.
What if they run out? What happens then?
Somebody's downstairs with mud working real quick.
If they ever like stop a game because they ran out of balls, that'd be awesome. Sorry.
3-2. Swing and a miss. Now that was a long half inning. No score, no hits. 2 stranded. Rockies have left 6 on the day. 3-3 it remains. baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Gary Sanchez has done it again. 10 homers in his first 22 career games, and he did it again today. The Yankees have 11 on the board against the Orioles. Only Trevor Story and Boston's George Scott 50 years ago did that. And the Yankees are playing well. Corey Kluber, 4-0 with a 2.20 ERA in 5 August starts, and that's what he's done lately over 9. And then Dioner Navarro from the White Sox was on the phone texting a buddy of his from Toronto when he was traded to the Blue Jays. He will back up Russell Martin. That's some things going on around the American League and around baseball on this Saturday afternoon. Jordan Lyles, listed at 25 years old, 313 days. I thought he might have his 26th birthday before he took the mound for this appearance. It'll be his 28th of the year. He's made 5 starts for the Rockies, 53 hits in 47 innings. Not a strikeout guy, just 27 Ks.
All right, fastball, slider, curveball change. Fastball 62% of the time at 93 miles an hour.
Ramos RBI hit to right field last time up, ball 1. Looking for his first career hit against Jordan Lyles. On the ground, that ball just hugging the turf and then the dirt all the way down to Arenado. 1 out, 6th inning. Zimmerman and Espinoza, the next 2. So if the Yankees beat the Orioles today, they will be 2.5 games behind Baltimore in the fight for that wild card spot in the American League. Tigers in the middle of that thing. Seattle a little further back. Kansas City making a rush. They've won 16 of 19. It's getting kind of crazy over there. Off-speed pitch, a strike. Ryan Zimmerman, couple of fielder's choice ground balls and digging to first. So they couldn't turn 2. So each starter gives up 3 runs today. Cole on 4 hits, De La Rosa on 8. AJ went 5 2/3. Jorge went 5. Way inside to Ryan Zimmerman, 2-2. Similar pitch, counts full. Danny Espinoza next. Down in the dugout, Matt Belisle has a helmet on and a bat in his hands. 3-2. So the Nats box put all the scoring in the 3rd inning. Murphy opposite field single. Harper opposite field RBI double. Rendon up the middle. Ramos to right to score Bryce. And then 1 out later, a Danny Espinoza ground ball to tie the game. So the Nats did a lot of good opposite field hitting in that inning to move the line and score 3 runs on 4 hits. Turner a 2 for 3 day. Hasn't figured in the scoring, but he's rolling.
If he does figure in the scoring and cross his home plate, it'll be a Nats franchise record for most runs in a month. He's tied it with 26, talking about Trey Turner. If he gets 27, it's a record.
That's pretty amazing.
And it's going to mean something here today in a 3-3 game, so stay tuned.
There's Mark Zebchinski. Rockies have Blackmon, lefty, LeMahieu righty, and Gonzalez lefty coming up. Zimmerman, 2-hopper, Descalso, 2 outs, 6th inning. Danny Espinosa 0 for 2 with an RBI grounder. 1 for 7 career with a homer, 2 RBIs against the right-hander Jordan Lyles.
Matt Belisle looking hitterish.
Yeah, righty thrower, lefty hitter. Except for what I'm seeing says he bats right, so maybe those are just loosening up swings.
Maybe he's a switch hitter and we don't know. Because I think his at-bat this year was right-handed, if I'm not mistaken. All right, switch hitter.
Cool.
Tighten up your notes over there. Let's go.
It's a typical wet site. Who do I call? 1 and 2.
Matt Belisle. Hey, Matt. I know you're a reliever and you don't hit very often, but it says you're a switch hitter.
Most interesting reliever in the world. I don't bat often, but when I do.
Maybe if you were in the 292.
Nats Media Guide has him listed as a right-handed batter.
Yeah. Maybe I'll be getting a text alert right now that says Matt Belisle's a switch hitter. Who knows?
Maybe he's deking the Rockies and us, but he sure looks like he's ready to hit left-handed. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
No, that's a legit swing. I'm watching it.
Yeah, looks good.
I'm sold.
Meanwhile, Danny Espinosa works the count full, 3 and 2.
Wanted to get hit right there.
High fly ball. Way in the air right field and upper deck. And it bounces more than halfway up to the top. He cleared the grandstand here several weeks ago.
Yeah, he leads the league in foul homers over the first base dugout for sure. Nobody even close. Didn't he hit one out of Citizens Bank Park earlier this year? Out of the park, right over their dugout? I think he did.
3-2 pitch. That one's pretty well hit out to center. Tearing back is Blackman, way over his head. Short hops the wall to the left of the 402. And Danny Espinosa is at second base with 2 outs. And Clint Robinson will replace Matt Belisle as the next hitter. So Dusty was waiting for somebody to get on, and Danny does in big fashion.
But just smooths this all the way to the wall in center field. I mean, you see him swing so hard so often, but that's got to be a perfect example to Danny that he doesn't have to. Look how strong Espinosa is. And look how far this ball goes. I mean, he didn't even swing right there. So with about a 70% 2-strike swing, Espinosa hits it off the base of the wall in center. Now Clint Robinson has a chance to be a hero and drive in Danny. Nice at-bat by Danny Espinosa.
Clint Robinson this year as a pinch hitter, 9 for 39, a homer, 4 RBIs. First time he will face Jordan Lyles. And he lifts one to right. Going back is Gonzalez, and it's well short of the track when the breeze knocks it down and it dives into his glove. The Nats have stranded 6, and after 6, it's still all tied up.
On right now, he is ready to jump in to that fountain right down the street in Navy Yard.
It'd be like when they saw the shark at Amity Beach.
I mean, it's hot up here. Sometimes you have to do a broadcast in your Speedo. Nats Plus members and season plan holders, the Nats postseason renewal process has begun. The deadline to purchase your postseason strips is August 31st. Plus, if you renew for 2017, by that same date, you'll receive an extra postseason ticket offer. Log into your Nationals Access account. Contact your account representative on the weekend. He would love to hear from you on a Saturday. Or email ticketinfo@nats.com today.
Ticket reps are standing by. Top of the 7th. Top of the order, Mark Zebchinski. Second appearance for the Nats. We saw him last night, 8th inning. He got a 1-batter appearance. Struck out Gerardo Parra, then hit Charlie Blackmon. And then Sean Kelly came in, got the last out of that 8th inning. So Blackmon career against Zebchinski, 0 for 1. With a walk, hit by a pitch. Base hit to the left of Murphy. Ball went by and the glove went flying. Lead run aboard for the Rockies in the 7th. DJ LeMahieu 0 for 2, hit by a pitch in the 1st inning by A.J. Cole, who pitched well today. Both starters, no decisions. He really deadens that ball. A flinch by Zebchinski. And as he lobbed it underhand, that'll let their other runner go to third base. Looked like he did a bit of a stop before getting to the ball. And just like that, the Rockies have 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
I think he was looking for help from his catcher, and Wilson didn't come out, so then he was stuck in no man's land. Instead of spinning and throw it, he chose the underhand variety and launched it. You could kind of see him looking at Wilson for help, and that's not a good flip. And heads up by Charlie Blackmon going to third here. Watch, he sees the air underneath this ball and just takes off. So good base running by Blackmon. Good bunt by DJ LeMahieu.
And he collects a base hit. They give Zebchinski an error on the throw, which allowed Blackmon to keep going all the way to third. Now it's Carlos Gonzalez. 1 for 5 career against the left-hander with an RBI.
As Zebchinski was looking for help, he didn't get it. Then he was stuck.
Bouncing ball, that'll score a run. Murphy comes forward to grab it to Zimmerman. Rockies lead 4-3. LeMahieu goes to second. Carlos Gonzalez getting it done quickly. 81st RBI.
Check out that bump play from high up top and see the hesitation by Mark. He's kind of looking for Wilson. See him buckle right there? I think he was hoping Wilson came out and got that. Then he just whooped. I mean, he was stuck.
No way the Nats are pitching to Arenado here. It'll be first and second, one out. They'll go lefty-lefty with Dahl and Parra. Four authoritative intentional balls. So it's Dahl, 1 for 3 today, facing Zepchinski for the first time. We just heard the bullpen phone ring. Crowd quiet. Outside with a curveball. Well, 84, that's the slider, 1-0. To the left-handed hitting rookie, David Dahl. Blake Treinen starts his work. Double play ball Murphy. The flip to Espinosa. Denny bangs it to first on a 4-6-3. Nats turn their 120th of the year. But the Rockies pick up a run. And at the stretch, it is 4-3 Colorado.
Promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. I want to break down that bunt play a little bit. Mark Zepchinski just got here. He doesn't know the Nats bunt defenses. A lot of times the first baseman will crash. Sometimes they'll tell you, hey, I'm staying home. You have anything toward the line. And other times the catcher will fly out and get it. And I think where this went wrong is he doesn't know the bunt defenses. He just got here. So watch Ryan hold at first. He comes off the mound, and for me, this has got to be Wilson Ramos's play. He's got to fly out there, barehand that, throw it sidearm to first, whatever it takes. But I think the confusion started by not knowing what the Nats are going to do. Maybe with his last ball club, the first baseman crashes right there. And he just didn't know, so it wasn't his fault at all, and it got weird afterwards. But in my opinion, Wilson's got to take charge right there and make that play.
Yeah, ball wasn't that far up the line. So plenty of time left for the Nats here. Jordan Lyles out for another inning. The Rockies bullpen has really been struggling lately. So that's a long 9 outs for them to still have to get. Turner, Worth, and Murphy, bottom of the 7th inning. Let's go inside the numbers on Jeep, with Jeep, to check out on Trey Turner now. Last 16 games, hitting over .430. FP talked about the runs, the extra base hits are coming, the RBIs, the steals. He took a chance, got thrown out last time, trying to give the Nats the lead back in the 5th inning. Turner, the burner, making things happen everywhere he goes. And here he goes, leading off. He's 2 for 3 today, and 14 for his last 21. Two for 2, by the way, against Jordan Lyles in the series at Denver. In the air, left center. Ball carrying. Blackmon going back and onto the track to grab it. About 385 feet away. Worth and Murphy, the next two.
Wind's kind of died down. It's been a breezy, warm day here at Nats Park, and all of a sudden the flags are blowing straight down. That ball had a little carry to it. Clint Robinson could have used these conditions an inning ago. He just missed his fly ball to right.
Worth a pair of strikeouts, a foul out today. Goes up hacking. Line drive picked off by LeMahieu. 2 down. Here's Murphy. 1 for 1 against Jordan Lyles, and maybe Daniel Murphy has something in mind here. 2 outs, bases empty, and so does Walt Weiss. He's going to go to the left-hander Boone Logan right here. So an inning and 2/3 by Jordan Lyles, who settles things down for the Rockies in the 6th and the 7th. So 2 outs on 2 pitches this inning, and it'll be the left-hander Logan, the lefty Murphy, when we bring you back to Nationals Park.
today. Go back to the 4th inning. Daniel Murphy got that inning started with a base hit. Then Bryce Harper hit one to left. Little hesitation. Maybe he thought he got that one, but he settled for a double. That scored Daniel Murphy. And how about that piece of hitting by Anthony Rendon? Digging one out down and in and hitting it back up the middle. Then the Buffalo going to right to score Bryce Harper. And that's how the Nats scored their 3 runs.
Logan and Murphy, 12 career matchups. Daniel, couple of RBIs, a walk, 4 hits. .56 game. Lefties and righties having trouble with this guy who can bring it. And Murphy hits a laser right out to center where Blackman's playing. And that's a 3-pitch inning for the Rockies between Lyles and Logan. To the 8th we go. Colorado by a run. Baseball on Matson, brought to you by American Standard Heating and Air. It's their all-star sales event with up to $1,100 in instant rebates or 0% APR for 36 months. What a gorgeous day to stay cool on the water here or in the dugout. High-tech fans. Strasburg, Lobaton, Roark all hanging, staying cool. We're going top 8. Mark Zepchinski, 10 pitches, 5 strikes last inning, and he faces Gerardo Parra, who's 1 for 5 career against him. So on the fastball away, 2-0. That's a busted bat. Daniel Murphy has it. Next up, Nick Hundley.
So Zepchinski does get ground balls. 70.5% ground ball rate. Right behind Zach Britton is the best in baseball.
Yeah, when your name's in the same sentence with that guy this year, that is something. Tyler Clippard is pitching for the Yankees right now. He lead the Orioles 12-4 in the 8th inning in New York. It's that bunch of young, eager Yankees with a couple of those veterans still hanging around, about to get back into the race. Mark Melancon joins Blake Trinan.
Tell you what, that 2012 bullpen was a good bunch, weren't they? Drew Storm, Tyler Clippard, Ryan Matthews, Sean Burnett. They had fun.
Clip and save.
That was just a good group to be around on a daily basis. This one's fun too, but those guys just took it to a whole new level. They knew how to play the game right and have fun in the clubhouse, and they were just good dudes all the way around.
Stammen was so good back then.
Stammen.
Before he got hurt.
Can't believe I left Craig out of there, but yeah, that was a fun group.
High fly ball, center. Trey Turner, 2 outs.
I mean, they had me when they switched the lottery thing in Philadelphia. I was sold right there. I'm like, these guys get it.
Best prank ever.
It took me 3 innings to get it together after I saw that. And they're just sitting out there like nothing happened.
Yeah, it took the state of Pennsylvania a while to recover from the phone calls they were getting.
They were like little kids after the game. They said, you should have saw it. People were taking pictures with their cell phones, calling relatives, telling them to buy lottery tickets, and we were just sitting there like nothing happened.
Beautiful. Descalso, 0 for 1 career against Zebchinski. A couple of former teammates dueling here. Only other game in progress today. Toronto trying to hang on to an 8-7 lead at home against Minnesota. Blue Jays lead the Red Sox by a game. Baltimore by 2 in the East over there. Yankees by 5.5. Everything else tonight, including the Marlins behind Jose Urena hosting San Diego, and the Mets behind Noah Syndergaard looking for his 12th, hosting the Phillies. Strike call, inning over. Zebchinski, no problem with sitting around for a few minutes and then coming back out. A 9-pitch inning for him. Gets it to the bottom of the 8th. Harper, Rendon, and Ramos coming up. Harper, Rendon, and Ramos coming up. They're getting a right-hander ready, so Logan maybe just for Harper. Tomorrow, the Rockies will throw rookie Chad Bettis. And actually second-year man Chad Bettis. He's won 10 games this year, 27 starts. And the Nats, after the game, will name their official starter for tomorrow. On to Philly for 3 night games. And then New York, 3 night games next weekend, including the Nats and the Mets on the Sunday night game from Citi Field. So Dusty will have Harper, Rendon, and Ramos as the Rockies are getting their bullpen set up. Right now, Carlos Estevez is throwing for Rendon and Ramos. Bryce against Boone Logan. 1 for 4 career with an RBI.
It's been a while since some late inning heroics here at Nats Park, hasn't it?
Yeah, lately the Nats have been fighting off other teams in the late innings after having substantial leads.
So they're due. Maybe it'll happen today. Let's see.
0-2 pitch. And there's Estevez. And then Bryce just kind of getting around that ball to stay alive, get some contact.
I believe he's looking for his 7th multi-hit game in his last 8 games. 6 out of 7 coming into this one, so 1 for 2 on the day with a walk.
Yeah, bat came alive on the road trip to Denver, Atlanta, Baltimore, now home. And that's an off-speed pitch that gets him. 1 out, 8th inning. Here comes Walt Weiss to make the move to the right-hander. So Boone Logan will get the last out of the 7th, first out of the 8th. And the Colorado manager playing the righty-righty percentage here. Carlos Estevez on the way when we bring you back to Nationals Park. 4-3 Colorado. Nats have 5 outs remaining. Four 6-0 Rockies, 3-9-1 Nationals. 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. Carlos Estevez, just 23 years of age. And for the right-hander, 52nd appearance. High ERA, he's been hittable, but he strikes out enough guys to make up for it.
Well, he's got a pretty good fastball at 97, slider is 86, changeup 89. He really relies on the fastball 72% of the time. He's got some run to it.
Anthony Rendon, a 2-for-3 day. He is 1-for-1 against Carlos.
I'd like to look at the batting average against with relievers more than the ERA, because the ERA can be misleading. I mean, if you have one bad outing as a reliever where maybe your manager had to leave you out there and wear it, and you give up a bunch of runs, it takes you all season to get that Ernie back down. So look at the other numbers, strikeouts to walks, look at the batting average against, maybe even the OPS against, to get a good read on what kind of a year a reliever has, because the ERA doesn't tell the story always.
2-1. Rendon airing it out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Take a base runner any way they can get one. One runner since the 5th inning, and that was Espinosa's double. 2 outs in the 6th. Three-two, strike 3 call.
I mean, it's definitely the top of the zone, and it turned our pitch track, so pretty good pitch by Estevez.
Wilson Ramos 0 for 1 against the righty. 1 for 3 today with an RBI, his 68th. Right-hander Adam Ottavino has quite a scoreless streak going. More on that, because I'm sure the Nats will see him when the 9th inning rolls around.
I mean, you really don't even have to score here in the bottom of the 8th. You just kind of want to get it back to Trey Turner in the 9th and hope that he can lead it off or at least get an at-bat. So a base runner or two, and that guy becomes a factor in the 9th. Right now, not guaranteed.
Yep, still counting Ramos 5 spots away. One swing can change the whole afternoon. And he took a big-time hack at that. Count stays 1-2. 98 on the heater.
It's not getting cheated. Might scare him away from the heater after that hack, though. Let's see if they go to something soft here. A big pitch coming. If Wilson reaches, you could always pinch run for him. You got Ben Revere down there. You got Wilmer Difo down there. So this becomes a big pitch in a one-run game.
Three-two inside. Ramos aboard with 2 outs. Zimmerman walking to the plate. Espinosa coming out on deck. And here comes Wilmer Difo.
A good at bat by Wilson Ramos. See if Wilmer can raise a little heck out there.
Yeah, Ramos on base twice today in his return.
And in shocking news, a pitching change.
It's going to have a double switch attached to it. As their young shortstop, Christian Adames, will take the field as well. So some wheels turning here, thanks to Ramos getting aboard. 2 outs, 8th inning. Next batter on the right, Defoe and Zimmerman. And so here comes Adam Ottavino, who has a 16-inning scoreless streak this year, but a 31-inning scoreless streak going back to last year. Guy who came off Tommy John surgery and decided, I'm just not going to let anybody score for the next year or so.
It's the longest active string in Major League Baseball. So, I think Zach Britton had one going the other day.
True.
So, here we go. Fastball 94, slider 81, 2 pitches.
And there's Christian Adames, who takes over at short. He'll be batting ninth and leading off the ninth. Rockies pitcher batting eighth. Zimmerman 0 for 4 against Ottavino career. He's got that crossfire thing, doesn't he? Steps toward third.
He's a strike thrower. Attacks the zone with his fastball slider combo.
So this year, 21 ball games, 16 innings total. 17 Ks, just 3 walks. That one bending way outside. Tommy John surgery May 7th of last year. And back with a vengeance.
Ideally, if Wilmer's going to go, you want it to be early in the count. So it gives the hitter, Ryan, a chance to drive you in. Hard to do it with 2 strikes. But oftentimes you see guys wait until 2 strikes to steal.
1-1. Not a big lead. He'll draw a look. Big breaking ball, one side of the plate to the other. 1-2.
So 35 stolen bases against Ottavino in his career, and just 6 caught stealing. Career.
Runner going, Zimmerman, swing and a miss, inning over. Strikeout, strikeout, walk, strikeout by the Rockies bullpen in the 8th. So a 4-3 game, top of the 9th coming up. Johnny Holiday and Ray Knight. Tune into Nats Extra Post Game when this one's over, presented by WB Mason. Nats battling the Rockies here in Game 2, and they'll be out in left field marshaling the forces to try to make some sense out of this. Top of the ninth, top of the order for the Rockies. The Nats will have Trey Turner at the plate at some point in the ninth. Meanwhile, a third inning of work for Mark Rzepczynski. 19 pitches, 10 strikes, first 2 innings. Jose Lobaton now behind the plate after the Nats ran for Wilson Ramos. That ball laid down, and Rzepczynski trying to make his turn for the throw, not able to get to it. Just not able to wheel around and have a handle.
They'll probably score this one a base hit. Good idea. I mean, almost the same spot as the last one, and if you're paying attention, you saw what happened, and you're going to try him again. That's what happens at this level. Good idea.
Yeah, 3 for 5 day for Charlie Blackmon after the Nats had him hitless last night. So he's 2 for 2 against Rzepczynski in his appearance this afternoon. Oh, pardon me. Blackmon coming up now. Adames on the bunt. And Charlie Blackmon was the first man that Mark faced 2 innings ago. So Blackmon, a good day.
They're all trying it. You see blood in the water as a big leaguer, you go for it. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. And we don't know if Mark Rzepczynski can field this position, but based on the last 2, if you're the Rockies, that's what you're going on, and maybe they have a scouting report down there that says just that.
So he bunts it, came back up and hit him. And the count 0-2. Right now it's Blake Treinen. After Blackmon, right-hander LeMahieu, lefty Gonzalez, right-hander Arenado. And the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on a big-time breaking ball. Mark's second strikeout. Blackmon 2 for 5 on the afternoon. So here comes Dusty to make the switch. It appears to be a double switch as well.
Yeah, Slider's been nice, did a good job. I mean, he gave up a base hit to Charlie Blackmon in the 7th, but retired every other lefty he faced today. Gonzalez, Dahl, Parra, Descalso, and then Charlie Blackmon. So nice job, minus the weird bunt play by Mark Rzepczynski.
All right, so Dusty is checked in with Mike Winters. Blake Treinen on the way. We'll find out who else. kind of 4 moves in one. First of all, Blake Treinen takes the mound, and for the Nationals, the right-hander will be making his 59th appearance.
A 2-seam fastball, low to mid-90s, slider to go with it. 2.68 ERA, 49 strikeouts, 27 walks in 53 2/3. Opponents hitting 228 against Blake.
And then a whole array of moves. First of all, Ben Revere comes into the game. He'll be batting 9th and playing center field. That moves Trey Turner to second base, which moves Daniel Murphy to first. And Ryan Zimmerman's spot, the number 7 hole, the last out of the inning, will be where the pitcher bats. So you'll have Revere and Turner back to back after Espinosa leads off the 9th.
Yeah, even more reason to keep this a 1-run game. Dusty Baker looking for a ground ball.
He's got the guy out there to do it. DJ LeMahieu takes a strike. Hit by a pitch first time up, a 1-for-3 day. And LeMahieu, one career at bat against Blake Treinen, a base on balls. Base hit going the other way. DJ LeMahieu right on the heels of Daniel Murphy most of the season. And today, the 2 best hitters in the league are 2 for 4 each.
Have their little personal battle out there. 2 second basemen going at it. And now Murphy at first base, but he did a nice job of staying on that sinker. It was trying to chase him on the inner half.
Here's Carlos Gonzalez. Also one plate appearance against Treinen previously, a base on balls. So 4:43 local time, and the Shadows right now kind of lining up with the third base line, but the light standards are in between home and the pitcher. That ball laced to left, slicing. Strike 1. Gonzalez 0 for 4 today. RBI grounder last time up.
Oh, remember the other night against the Orioles, a close game got weird at the end. The Nats gave it a run in the bottom of the 9th, but Blake Treinen trying to keep it a 1-run game here.
And Ramos, or rather Lobaton, now into the game. Jose saves the day, keeping that ball close enough.
If you're going to have a chance in the bottom of the 9th, you can't give up any more runs here.
Bouncer, Espinosa to the bag himself, and then throws a 6-3 double play. Brilliantly turned by Danny Espinosa.
I mean, usually when an infielder takes that many steps, the double play is off. But when you have an arm like Danny Espinosa, you can travel, so to speak, and still turn the double play. Look at the arm strength on the run by Danny Espinosa. And Dusty Baker loving the move. play and lead off the next inning. This is all athletic ability, folks. You don't practice this as a shortstop. When do you ever feel the ball on the second base side, run back against the grain, throw against your body, and turn a double play? That's all just pure athleticism and talent by Danny Espinosa. Almost like he was looking to flip it to somebody that wasn't there, and then he takes it himself and just gets cargo by an eyelash. But what a play by Espinosa, and maybe a momentum turner. We'll see here in the bottom of the ninth. Nats are due for some heroics.
Bunch of scat-backs coming up. By the way, Blake Treinen's 16th double play grounder induced this year. #1 among all major league relievers. Ottavino's still out there, so it's Espinosa, Revere, and Turner.
Fast, faster, and fastest.
Ball one, fastball missing. One the count. Fair ball. Grabbed by Parra to the pitcher. First out, ninth inning.
So it's a nice play by Gerardo Parra. That's his first chance today, and it came in the ninth inning of a one-run game on a ball with some topspin on it. So we told you earlier that he's only played one game for 7 innings at first base, and it was on Wednesday against the Brewers. And even though it was a high hop, if you've never played there before, there's no such thing as an easy play.
That gesture to his dugout. No problem, huh?
Careful, you might get 2 more.
Here's Ben Revere. Arenado just visited with his pitcher, and he's going to set up shallow on the third base side. Ben doesn't bunt much. Against Ottavino, 0 for 2 career.
Trying to position Gerardo Parra right now. They called timeout.
That's down to their final 2 outs.
I think you have to take here, don't you? Down by 1, bottom of the ninth, 2-0 count. Here's speed guy that can score in a gapper.
Yeah, base runner needed. It's low, tying runs aboard with 1 out.
Game on. Good at bat by Ben Revere. Taking a strike all the way, didn't get one. Now Faster's on, and Fastest is hitting.
Trey Turner 2 for 4. Faced Ottavino once in the Colorado series at Denver, and Adams struck Trey out. Center fielder Blackman toward the gap, right center just a few steps. Arenado even with a bag at third. Revere is running. The throw is off to the shortstop side. Ben Revere is safe. The call at least. And if it stands, it'll be his 12th of the year.
Well, Rally Hat's working. Nice job by Ben Revere. We told you the stat, 35 stolen bases, only 6 caught against Ottavino in his career. Ben Revere going on the first pitch. Nicely done, so make it 36. And Ben Revere just getting in there. He holds the base. Boy, if DJ LeMahieu kept the tag on him, Revere would have been out. His foot came off the base.
Tying run, second base, 1 out. Turner, 20 RBIs. Sounded like he busted his bat. That ball's falling. And caught by Blackmon. And Ben Revere able to stay home and get back to second. Charlie Blackmon might have just saved the game for Colorado.
Boy, I thought that was falling. I mean, what a play by Charlie Blackmon. This had Bat Died a Hero written all over it. It got a late jump because maybe fooled by the swing, but the running catch by Blackmon, I mean, that's first and third. 1 out for Jason Worth, and now it's runner on second, 2 outs on the great play by Charlie Blackmon.
It's up to Jason Worth with 1 out left. Worth against Ottavino. Career 0 for 6, but that other thing we talked about, hasn't met him much over the last year or so because of Ottavino's surgery. Jason looking for his first base hit today. And a strike call on the fastball, inner half.
Well, a cutter here by Ottavino. Looked like he had some late run. Worth thought it ran off the plate. Might have caught the front corner, if anything.
0-2 now.
Gotta be tough seeing up there right now with the shadows.
Oh, 2 and Worth. It's going to drop into left field. Here comes Revere. The throw home. He is safe. The game is tied, and Jason Worth is in scoring position. Down to their final strike.
And the scoreless streak is over once again. And down to their last strike, looked like a slider by Ottavino, and Jason Worth just reaches out. Bat Dies a Hero, falls in and left, and Ben Revere with 2 strikes and 2 outs gets a great jump. Pretty close here at the plate. Good throw, makes it closer than I thought it was going to be. Jason Worth to second base.
There's a wild pitch, and the ball goes to the screen. Worth the winning run to third.
I mean, if you're Walt Weiss, you can walk Murphy, walk Harper, and pitch to Rendon and get the right-on-right matchup if you want it here. You don't have to pitch to Daniel Murphy. You have your choice. The only run that matters is the one on third base. You can load him up if you want to get the slider versus Rendon.
1-0 to Murphy.
I mean, I would not fool with the league's leading hitter right here. No way, no how, or the guy on deck. I would take the matchup and sleep well tonight.
Hot shot to second, and this game is going to extra innings. Murphy hit it well. The Nats tie it. One out walk to Revere. A steal. Worth saves the day after it appeared Blackman had saved it for Colorado.
And Mark Melancon on for the top of the 10th, and we're going to the 10th because of Jason Worth. Nats down to their last strike. 2 strikes, 2 outs, tying run on second. A slider that might have stayed up just a little too long. Jason Worth stays through it. Drops it in front of Dahl, and Ben Revere screaming around third base. Ties it up at 4. How about that? There's the 9th inning heroics we're looking for, and Jason Worth fired up at second base. Clutch, folks, absolutely clutch. And there's Dusty Baker with the fist pump. So we're going to extra because of Jason Worth. Ben Revere with a good at-bat, and here we go.
So that double play ball that Blake Treinen got did give the Nats a little momentum. Now Mark Melancon takes over. Top of the 10th inning against Arenado, Dahl, and Parra.
And see the numbers. Opponents hitting .201 against Mark Melancon. Fastball, cutter, curveball, the arsenal. Trying to get his team right back in the dugout and keep that momentum wearing a white uni.
First up, Nolan Arenado on base 3 times today. Couple of walks, 1 intentional. And a base hit, a run scored back in the 4th. Melancon's first pitch topped over to the left side. Danny Espinosa on the run for the first out. Arenado career 0 for 5 against Mark now. Here comes David Dahl. He's 1 for 4, double back in the 4th, and a run scored.
So Zach Britton hadn't allowed an earned run in, what, 43 straight games? And the Nats got him for 1 the other night. Now, Adam Ottavino had the same kind of deal going, and the Nats got 1 off him.
Yeah. Who are you going to call? Streak busters, huh? 2-0 pitch. Melancon a strike, and with Espinosa playing up the middle on a modified shift, he just couldn't get there. David Dahl a base hit. 1 on 1 out with Parra coming in.
See, that's a head scratcher for me. Dahl's double was down the left field line tonight. He hits the ball all over the place. We've seen him, what, now 5 games? Maybe against the cutter. That's why Espinoza was up the middle, but he's shown the Nats that he can go that way, and they were in a shift.
Parra 0 for 3, a walk. Has handled himself pretty solidly over at first base. He's faced Melancon 12 times with 2 hits. Perfect to the outer half. It's left-hander Jake McGee for the Rockies.
Nasty.
He's always got that pitch in his hip pocket, doesn't he?
Absolute nasty. I mean, I like the cutter, but when he breaks off that curveball, it's, I mean, watch the rotation on the knuckle curve. You see the grip with the spiked grip?
Oh, 2 pitch. Trying to paint.
See if they go back to that curveball here in a 1-2 count.
That ball bounces wickedly, hits Jose Lobaton, and had so much action it goes over the screen. Lead run to second base.
Yeah, where'd this hit? Did it hit off the plate? No, it just ricocheted off Jose's shoulder right into the stands. Well, that changes the dynamic. You're pitching for a strikeout or a grounder. Now you're just pitching for a strikeout.
Two pitch, missing away. Three-two, missed. 2 on, 1 out.
That was close.
Nick Hundley career against Melancon 3 for 5. 0 for 4 day. Pitcher spot is next. And there's the rookie Steven Cardullo, just called up yesterday. Oh, and 1 to Melancon. Melancon 2, Hundley. And he went.
You throw the curve here after bouncing one? That's the kill pitch.
Yeah.
At least that's what we've seen so far.
I'd say with no outs, no, but trying to get that second out. We'll see what he does. He did. Great backstop action by Jose Lobaton.
That's just selling out right there, sacrificing your body to keep the double play in order.
Runner at second and first. One out. And the 1-2 pitch. Got it. Looks like Hundley not pleased with the location. Mike Winters ringing him up. 2 outs.
I think got Jose Lobaton right there. Nice frame by Lobaton. Good location on the cutter. Watch Jose frame this. I mean, that ball's 3 inches out. And the way he presents it, Mike Winters is buying what he's selling. Great pitch, better frame.
Now Steven Cardullo, 0 for 3 with a walk in his major league debut yesterday. And he goes off speed again. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Bryce really cheating up in right field. I mean, he is playing like a pitcher's hitting.
So Cardullo hasn't seen a fastball yet. Counts 1-2. $27,901 paid today. A long, full afternoon of baseball. And now we're in extra innings. Another good block by Jose Lobaton. So Mark Melancon can throw any pitch he wants to with Jose back there.
But even if he had a runner on third, I think he'd be doing the same thing.
That's saying something.
I've never seen Bryce Harper play this shallow. He is really cheating in to cut down that run at the plate. I mean, really cheating in. He's almost like Daniel Murphy in his shift position when he plays right field.
Two-two pitch. And a pop fly over to the right side. Murphy chasing it. Just no time to get there and set up.
Here we get on the same page. Big pitch coming.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And the rookie hangs in there.
.50-50.
2-2. Swinging from the heels on that one.
Bryce in a modified shift in right field. Nothing's falling in front of Bryce Harper right here. I mean, look at the difference. And he's thinking, well, if that cutter's hit, it's going to be off the end. Right on right.
Two-two pitch, fair ball. Rendon right to the bag. And Mark Melancon escapes a jam in the top of the 10th. And now it's Harper, Rendon, and Lobaton straight ahead. Melancon, 22 pitches, 13 strikes to get that scoreless 10th. The Nats are 4-5 in extra inning games, 3-2 at home. Rockies 1-3, 0-2 on the road, and the Nats will face left-hander 30-year-old Jake McGee. 6 years with Tampa Bay before coming over to the Rockies. It'll be his 47th appearance.
Yeah, fastball 85% of the time at 93 miles an hour on average. Slider, curveball to complement it. But a lot of fastballs. We'll see if Bryce sees some heaters right here. If you're Dusty Baker, you're hoping he does.
Bryce 1 for 3, a walk, a run, an RBI double. And against McGee, 0 for 1 career. So it's Harper, Rendon, Lobaton, then the pitcher spot, bottom 10. Fastball in there.
I'm in. Rally hat working, I like it. Little mini Jason Worth.
Harper 22 homers, 73 RBIs. And the off speed outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two. Well, Bryce is gone. You know that. The helmet, the bat, and Mike Winters tossed him immediately. 1 out, bottom of the 10th. Chris Heisey, the only man the Nats have left on the bench.
And that's exactly why that can't happen. So let's check it out on pitch track. The fastball to Bryce Harper for strike 3. He had a legitimate argument, but maybe the helmet toss was a hair excessive, and there's no umpire that's going to let you stay in the game when you do that.
Next up, Anthony Rendon. Breaking ball low. Rendon today, a good day, 2 for 4.
I mean, I know it's an emotional game. Sometimes it's tough to hold your temper, but there's a way to do that and still get your point across and stay in the game. Especially when you're down to your last player in the 10th inning.
There he is.
You can still have a beef with an umpire, argue the call, and go back to the dugout, stay in the game, get your point across. And, you know, we saw pitch track. It was a borderline pitch, but I'm sure all those things aren't going through Bryce Harper's mind, but that's something you have to learn as a major leaguer, that you can still get after an umpire and stay in a ball game.
1-2 to Rendon. Jose Lobaton on deck. If anybody gets on, it would be Heisey. Rockies have one player left on their bench, their backup catcher, Tony Walters. Two with 1 out. Rendon swing and a tip. 2 outs. Up to Jose Lobaton now. Lobaton facing McGee first time. Both for 3, a walk last night. Base hit the night before against the Orioles. And batting right-handed, pops one right field line and just cruising to it, Carlos Gonzalez. Now this game with Bryce Harper ejected and Chris Heisey coming in, going into the 11th inning. Top of the 11th coming up. Nats will bring in Yusmeiro Petit. The Rockies at the bottom of their lineup right now. And then Blackmon and LeMahieu to follow. So Petit gets the call. 31-year-old right-hander, 33rd appearance.
That two-seam fastball, low 90s, good command. He'll generally stay away. Slider curveball change to complement it. One start this year for Yusmeiro. And Chris Heisey in right field. Did you see the game that Matt Moore threw for the Giants the other night? Had a no-hitter through
Part of it, yeah.
8 2/3. Gave up a base hit to Corey Seager. You know who the last Giant to have a no-hitter through 8 2/3 was?
I'll just take a wild guess and say the guy on the mound.
The guy on the mound.
Christian Adames came into the ball game on a double switch in the 8th inning. And then leading off the ninth had that bunt base hit against Mark Zebchinski. He got the strikeout on Blackmon. Treinen came in. Blake got the double play on Gonzalez after the LeMahieu base hit. Adames 0 for 1 against Yusmeiro. Creeping in grass at third, Anthony Rendon. No balls, 2 strikes. Oh, 2 the other way. Rendon dives and grabs it. Wide throw, and that's off the field of play. And Adames is going to second base. It'll be the Nats' second throwing error of the day. Ramos, or rather Rendon, pardon me, a brilliant glove play to start things off.
Yeah, the hard part's right here. Then he had to get up as the glasses fly, and then he goes with the sidearm delivery that just launches up and into the runner, and Daniel Murphy can't go get that. He's thinking, I'm going to crash into the base runner if I reach for this, and it goes into the stands. Runner on second, nobody out here in the 11th.
And Charlie Blackmon, who can handle the bat, is next. He's already the reason, possibly, that the Nats didn't win the game in the bottom of the 9th with that amazing play on Turner. Rendon on the grass again, left side, and Petit will make the inside move to second. So the right-hander farthest away, Matt Carassetti, and then the lefty, Chris Russin. And a ball hit to right. Going back is Heisey. He can only watch it, and that ball is out of here over the scoreboard. Charlie Blackmon's second home run of the day, and the Rockies lead 6-4.
Well, he's just trying to move the runner here. Trying to get on top and hit a ground ball to second, and because he's playing the game the right way, look at him roll his wrist and try to hit a grounder to second, and he ends up with his 23rd home run. He was simply trying to move the runner, hit it on the barrel, and rode it out of here to make it a 6-4 game.
DJ LeMahieu next. It was Charlie Blackmon's 21st career at bat against Yusmeiro Petit, and the first time he took him deep. But 7 RBIs in the matchup. And here's DJ LeMahieu, 2 for 4 day. He's 7 for 18 against Petit. Big time swing by DJ LeMahieu.
It just goes to show you when you don't swing too hard and you're just trying to do something simple, something really good can happen. But there's no way that Charlie Blackmon was trying to go deep right there. He was almost abbreviated swing for the home run.
1-2.
He's a good player. Real good player.
Sure is.
Both sides of the ball, he grinds out at bats, doesn't give any away. Plays good defense, steal you a base, hit you a homer.
Two-two pitch. Well, that's 3 hits in a row. LeMahieu, a 3-hit day. He went into that at bat 1 point behind Daniel Murphy in the batting race. He's aboard with nobody out in the 11th.
So they're tied now. I mean, it should move it up a point. This late in the season, you never know, though.
Yeah.
Nice piece of hitting, inside-out swing going the other way. Tough out.
This is unbelievable. DJ LeMahieu this year is 12 for 17 against the Nationals. Carlos Gonzalez, the hitter, 0 for 4, actually 0 for 5 RBI grounder. And that double play ball engineered by Blake Trinan and Danny Espinosa that ended the top of the 9th. Shift on. Strike one.
Now, this is all Yusmeiro. I don't think Dusty has any more options, so it's up to him to keep this a 6-4 game.
One.
Yeah, LeMahieu 347 now. Murph 346.
And they'll probably go at it again tomorrow. Good pitch by Petit, turning one over on Carlos Gonzalez. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And it's a month to go. It's just something to talk about right now. This for the end of September would be a huge story, right?
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting because one's in a pennant race, one's not. Target away by Lobaton.
To that point, I think it's harder when you're not. Because it's all about you getting your hits. Danny Murphy just playing baseball to win games and has a purpose. For DJ LeMahieu, he's just trying to put up good numbers. Sometimes that can be harder.
That ball's hit well to center. Turner turning one way, trying to watch it and grab it, and that's a home run. Pardon me, Ben Revere. And the Rockies are acting like they're home with 2 long home runs here in the 11th inning to take an 8-4 lead.
But it's just a fastball down Broadway, and Carlos Gonzalez doesn't miss those. So a nice salvage for Gonzalez, who was 0 for 5. He turns it into a 1 for 6 with a homer.
And Gonzalez RBIs number 81 and 82.
Line moving here in the 11th for the Rocks.
Nolan Arenado is next. Hey, he talked about this is all Yusmeiro. Sean Kelly, Coda Glover each threw 21 and 20 pitches respectively last night. Quick turnaround day game, and now it's extra innings. So they both worked extensively last night. Five hits in a row. So Mike Maddox to the mound. Tough situation.
I think you're seeing a really good offensive ball club telling you how good A.J. Cole did today to hold him.
It's a good call.
And we knew the Rockies could swing it. We saw it in Colorado. They're one of the best offensive teams in baseball, regardless of where they're playing. And what you're seeing here late just goes to show you what a good job A.J. did today.
Strike called. David Dahl, the sixth Rocky to bat in the inning. He's been on twice. Doubled in the fourth. That single threw short in the 10th. The runner at first here. Nationals in a more conventional alignment up the middle. Now the Rockies with 5 hits in this inning, out hitting the Nationals 14-10. Two and two. And this ball hammered into the right field corner. Arenado heading for third. Stu Cole is going to hold him as Heisey hits the cutoff man Turner. He'll just lob it home. And now the Rockies have second and third with nobody out.
I just stayed on that slider from Yusmeiro Petit. Hits it down to the corner, and the line really moving. And there hasn't been a cheapie in the bunch. The Rockies swinging it. And I mean swinging it here in the 11th.
Seventh man to bat is Gerardo Parra. To the outside edge. Parra 0 for 3, a pair of walks.
If you're in the Rockies right now, you're thinking, I don't want to be the guy to make the first out.
And big league hitters facing a first place team. You just don't have situations like this come up but a time or two the whole season. Infield in. Swing and a miss. One out. Petit strikes out Parra. Next up is the catcher Nick Hundley.
I mean, it would be awfully tough to gear up again if you're the Nats in the bottom of the 11th, but stranger things have happened, so trying to keep it an 8-4 game.
Yeah, the way ball games have been ending lately, far from over.
You just don't know. You don't know who the Rockies have left down there and what he's done lately.
Here's their lone remaining position player, Tony Walters, the backup catcher. Pitcher spot is next.
And it looks like they're going with Matt Carcetti. And he didn't fare too well last night, if my memory's right.
Yeah, that was a 4-run, 4-hit, 1-inning appearance. Difference in the ball game for the Nats in the 7th last night. Whoa! Espinosa tried to get it over his glove into left. 1 run home. They hold the second runner. And Nolan Arenado was driven in by Nick Hundley. Now it's beyond slam range at 9-4.
And a good effort by Danny. We can't tell from way up here how close he was to it. But you were thinking double play, go hits. But no, it was just hit too hard. No shot. This feels like a Coors Field game.
Seven hits in the inning. And Walters up there swinging. 24-year-old left-handed hitting catcher. Formerly with Cleveland. Rockies claimed him off waivers middle of February. First year in the big leagues and hitting .265. Strike called, it's 0-2. A little bit outside. That ball skipping, and Jose Lobaton's been a busy man the last few innings. Two balls, two strikes. Got him. Ball foul tip, 2 down on the strikeout. And the man who led off this inning, Christian Adames, will hit again.
I mean, would the inning have been any different if that play was made? I mean, it was a great effort by Anthony. You just come up. Sometimes it's hard to find your first baseman when you dive, and it looked like just got under that one and threw a nasty sinker to Murph.
And a bouncer back to Petit. He will grab it. And the inning is over. The Rockies will get 5 in the 11th on 7 hits. And the Nats need the rally of all rallies in the bottom half. into the ball game. He's been playing right field for the last 10 or 15 minutes and picked up a few balls out there. You get a chance to hack now as the Nats will go to the bottom of the 11th and have to face the right-hander, Matt Carassetti. As FP told you, Nats knocked him around last night. 8th appearance this year, 12.27 ERA. Maybe for this reliever, the ERA does tell you something. 15 hits in those 7 innings, 6 strikeouts and 6 walks.
You never know, as the great Joaquin Andujar used to say. Fastball 94, he'll cut the fastball, curveball 85, split 80, and why not? We've seen some crazy ones this year. That one against Baltimore the other night might have been the craziest.
Espinosa to follow Chris Heisey. And then Ben Revere, bottom of the 11th. Chris Heisey will be facing the 25-year-old right-hander for the first time. Strike call. Fans clapping for a rally. Hats off to them for sticking around. 1 ball, 1 strike. A ball cutting away from Chris.
We're sticking it out. She's got a rally lid on, or maybe she's just blocking the sun, but we're going to count that. That's a rally lid.
One-two pitch. Swing and a miss on a big breaking ball, ending up well outside. Next up, Danny Espinosa.
Danny 1 for 4, looking to make it a 2 for 5.
Yeah, that was that double back in the 6th inning. RBI grounder earlier. And against Carassetti, 1 plate appearance, a base on balls. In fact, he added that infield hit against the right-hander last night, so 1 for 1.
Probably throw him another change here, triple up.
Espinosa out to center field. So Danny hits in 2 of his last 3 at bats today. He's aboard with 1 out.
The 6-run 11th started with a single by Danny Espinosa.
Well, you almost got something to come through with that the other night.
Hey, you never know, I'm telling you. You get 2 outs to play with. There's no clock, obviously, in baseball.
Most of the time. So Ben Revere is up. Oh for 1 against the right-hander.
The only thing is, I think Yusmero's going to have to hit, right? Or if it gets down to Bryce's spot, one of the starting pitchers.
Mm-hmm. Then if you tie the game, somebody else has to pitch. And Kelly or Glover would get that call. Most probably Cota, you would think. Hope we have to worry about that in about 5 or 10 minutes. It'll mean a big inning. One. Well placed, right side, base hit Revere off the glove of LeMahieu. Danny Espinosa stops at second. Here comes Trey Turner.
Nice job off the bench, Ben Revere. Big walk in the 9th, now a base hit, line moving. Never know, you never know.
Inside the park homer makes it a 3-run game. Trays look dangerous today. Took a miracle play by Charlie Blackmon last time to get him out. Blackmon straight in to snare that fly ball with Revere already on base. And Trey will take a strike. Turner 1 for 2 against Kirasetti. He led off that 7th inning last night, that 4-run frame, with an infield hit. 28 hits in the game, 16 by the Rockies. Strike 2. And the man who tied it with 2 outs, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 9th is on deck. Strike 3 call. And Trey Turner can't believe it. 2 outs.
Nick Hundley sitting back there saying, I feel your pain, Trey. Same thing just happened to me a few innings ago. It's way outside. It's not even close.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. On several levels.
That's terrible. You can see him saying that's terrible.
Here's Worth. 1 for 5 with an RBI single. Had an RBI double against Kirasetti here last night. Strike call. And Jason will ask the umpire to move, even though it's not a right-handed pitcher or a left-handed pitcher.
There's about 2,000 hecklers left.
They're getting their money's worth.
You can hear everything they're saying.
One ball, 1 strike. 2 down. Rockies trying to take the lead in the season series, 3-2. And a 1-2 pitch. No magic for Jason Worth that time, and the game is over. Nats drop it 9-4 in 11. Long, tough afternoon at Nationals Park. Nats will strand 9 runners on the day. And the final, Rockies 9-16-0, the Nats 4-12-2. And tomorrow will be a rubber game for this series. We'll join you at 1 o'clock with Nats Extra pregame. Johnny and Ray will be with you. And this has been a presentation of Masson. Stay tuned now. Nats Extra coming up from the ballpark and from Nationals Park. 4.5 hours plus of baseball. So long for just a while.